make it a little bit better.
Yeah, those things definitely help cancel out background noise.
Yeah, I like this one. You're crystal clear, and if you can hear me clear, then I'll just start using this Bluetooth.
Yes, you are very clear. How are you?
Not too bad, up and down, right? Like all of us.
Yeah, our previous interview created quite the stir.
Oh, that's good. That's good. It's one of those things that people are forced to think. And you know how a lot of interviews are the same old rehash, so people stop thinking. They watch it as if they're watching I Love Lucy, like an interview talking about the end of the world and the Illuminati rising, and then they just flip through it like it's Gilligan's Island. Because everyone's talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. I have never really gotten the type of feedback that I have gotten from the shows that I've done with you. I've had people actually messaging me and telling me things almost akin to a life-changing experience.
Well, I think I've got the same thing, by the way. I get a lot of private messages, and I think what it is that I kind of have a knack for not giving people bullshit. And I think people, they respond to that, they respect it. Because you can give them the same old party line, you can explain Christianity by the color by the numbers, you can explain the New World Order, and you can do anything you want, it's all been done. But if you actually dig a little bit deeper instead of giving in the same old stuff, they realize that you're actually consciously and actively involved in unraveling these perceptions. And I think people sense that, because I am actually, honestly involved in doing it. And I think people sense that and they go, wow. And I think that's what's hitting them deep. It's the same thing that hit me deeply, is that when you go a little bit deeper, and I don't mean go deeper like you hear on all these truther groups, like we're going deep. And we're uncovering, like the one I thought, we're decoding the truth. They turn it into a game show. It's like another game show, an exciting Discovery Channel. And, I do that a little bit in the way I write, but I don't actually approach the situation at my core like that. This is not playtime. And so I think people respond to that, the fact that I'm really sincerely trying to get to the core of this, not just for myself, but for whoever I talk to.
And then there's some that seem to almost get enraged. They get very angry. They kind of, it's almost like one of those movies where a person's turning into a vampire and all of a sudden their face changes.
Yeah, well, I think it's what I call a paradigm shock. If you thought, well, let's take an interesting paradigm. Let's say, Daniel, hypothetically, you grew up thinking you lived on a spinning ball. Let's just go right to the chase. And then you start learning that maybe you're not. Maybe you're on a flat plane. Well, that's pretty jarring to your worldview, your paradigm. Now, if that happens slowly over months or years, you can be acclimated to the psychological shift and probably be able to make the paradigm shift. But if it comes at you all at once, it's kind of like a Mack truck hitting your face. And I think that's why people hear me and they go, this guy is the most blithering, ignorant idiot on the planet. And then my response is, prove to me there's a planet. And then they get even more enraged. So yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the flat earth thing especially, it has a way of just really getting inside of a person's head. It very much reminds me, I may have mentioned this already, but it's almost like being a child. And what happened to me is one of my older cousins came to me and told me there was no Santa Claus, my parents were lying. And at first I couldn't even believe it or accept it because I wanted to believe in Santa Claus. I was always told that Santa Claus existed. I mean, somebody had to be bringing me those presents. And then when I found out, I mean, it was it was shattering. Even as a child, I remember that was very disappointing.
Yeah, I often talk about the indoctrination process from kindergarten. And I often go back to that model explaining the geographic shape of the earth. I talk about how kindergarten, your teacher gave you a little globe and said, here, Timmy, this is what you live on. So you really didn't have any defense mechanisms or reason to mistrust, Miss Gertzel, your tiny little kindergarten teacher with a sweet little smile. And so, you trusted her, and then you trusted Mr. Simpson and Mr. Radcliffe and all the other teachers, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade. By the time you got to college, why would you mistrust an entire lifetime of indoctrination? and so, really, like if I told you that protein will make you attach your muscles, and say you were a bodybuilder, and the whole mantra of bodybuilding is, pre-workout protein, post-workout protein, protein shakes, protein for your muscle use or reparation. Okay, it's just like nonsense. And so that's the thing about this whole flat earth thing. And I think that you and I you like to waltz around by saying, I'm not a flat earther, and I'm not a globe earther. It's kind of like, I have to keep creating diatribes to dance around the different possibilities of people not accepting what I'm saying. I have to kind of like shift a little bit. Like I'll say, in certain crowds will go, I'm not a flat earther. And then other crowds will say, well, I'm not a globe earther. And then another crowd will say, I'm not a flat earther or a globe earther. And then, I just keep kind of like trying to just say it in such a way that the person's forced to kind of speculate the topic as opposed to attacking me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to draw fire to me so that people don't actually investigate into what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it's really true in a way too, because it's one thing to say that the earth is flat, but then it begs the question, okay, when does it stop? Does it go on infinitely? Is there an ice wall, et cetera, et cetera? I kind of like to say that I don't really know, but I'm just simply not accepting the idea that the earth is round. I see too many good counter arguments that disprove that.
Well, this is what you see a lot in the scientific, or what I call scientism, is that they'll propose a model and then, base it on unproven, speculative lies, just like lie after lie. And then they'll say, well, do you have another model? This is a common ruse in scientism. And you'll see it in evolutionary theory, you'll see it in the geography of the earth. For instance, with the flat earth thing you mentioned, said, well, where's the edge? Show me the edge if it's flat. And then I'll say something like, I can't go to Antarctica because there's a treaty amongst 50-plus nations, and if I try, they'll turn me away by force, and if I keep going, they'll shoot my plane down, and I'll die. And they'll say, oh, no, you can go there if you want. I'll say, well, try it. You can't even go investigate. Okay, so that's the first thing. That's why I don't know the edge. Unless you look into Admiral Byrd, the Chronoscope interview with Admiral Byrd, he talks about hitting an edge and losing planes. Okay, so there you go. That's the edge thing. You don't know, and like you just said, and I don't know. So what they'll say is, yeah, but our model does know. It's a globe, and here's the exact situation. They'll propose a hypothetically a fantasy, an occult fantasy. And because it has so many parameters and variables and intricate complexities, it's based on Kabbalah, where there's 10 interdimensions, there's 10 dimensions. It's the self, you have the pillar of mercy, you have the pillar of severity, the Kabbalistic tree of life, all these dimensions. Very complex, very well thought out. You have John Dee in Europe in the 16th century, operating from this. You've got Sir Francis Bacon operating from this. You've got all the occult masters, the Newtons, the Hermetic, Babylonian priesthood, the Kabbalah. So it's pretty well thought out. So if you base a modern scientific system, astrophysics, based on this very intricate occult doctrine,
Yeah, it's going to be very convincing because you repackage occultism, very complex, thousands of years of thinking, and then you turn it into this new religion called Gnosticism. So it's going to be very convincing, is my point. Very compelling to encounter that and say, wow, I can't refute it. So when you say, well, I don't know the edge of the earth, we'll say, well, your system's pitiful. I mean, we don't even know the edge of the earth, so why do I even listen to you? You see, this is what you're running into, and I'm running into. Because you don't have all the answers, scientism says, well, we do. But my response is, these are occult fantasies that are your answers. So evolutionary theory is the same way. Scientism priests will say, well, it happened through random evolution, and it evolved for millions and millions of years, and then, quote, how else could it happen, unquote. So if you say something like, well, how about a creator? And I don't know exactly the mechanism in which God created a true, what's it called? There's when things go back to a very, irreducible complexity. When, like the eye, has many mechanisms that have to come into existence at the same time. So the human organism and the brain and the nervous system and the heart is so complex that it can't just randomly evolve. You have to have thousands of mechanisms in place working in perfect concert at the same time. And of course, if you study statistics, the odds of that happening are beyond impossible. Not only is 1,000 things coming into existence at the same time impossible, but even 3 things working in perfect concert coming into existence, I mean, the odds are just against the house. So what they'll say is, well, you're saying a creator did it, and you can't explain how. And so we're saying we have a model. We have a fraudulent, faulty, bullshit model based on random microevolution with chaotic, meaningless, unguided, rubbish. But they do have a model. So that's what you're seeing, whether it's flat Earth, or evolutionary theory, or Big Bang cosmology. All these things are proposed as factual because they say, well, what is your alternative? Now, the Big Bounce is one that's come into problems because the Big Bounce, there's plenty of reputation for that. In fact, the Big Bounce went out the window a long time ago, and it got superseded by the Big Bang got superseded and was replaced by the Big Bounce. And then you got multiverse theory, and you've got all these different types of ways of looking at the origins of the universe. Okay, so even the Big Bang theory, it can't hold up its own weight anymore, and it's been exchanged with other astrophysical theories. So that's the game. Every Tuesday, there's a new theory on the block. I call it a theory tale. It's like a fairy tale. There's a new theory for the biogenesis of life. There's a new theory for the origins of the universe. There's a new theory for how things evolve. There's a new theory for the shape of the earth. And as long as they keep generating theory after theory and keep everyone mystified and on the run, people will never catch up and question these Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku type of scientists and priests. They can get away with murder because no one can catch up with all of this occult dogma that's been repackaged as science.
It's almost like they got everybody pushed so far into these ideas that they keep people splitting hairs about the tail end of the idea instead of questioning the whole idea itself.
That's exactly it. I mean, you can keep people on the go about all these different doctrines, scientific doctrines. For instance, simulation theory adds quantum mysticism and artificial intelligence, digital techno-spirituality, and synthetic occult fantasies. The dance of Shiva is the metaphor for CERN, which represents the quantum particles popping into existence. There's holographic universe theory. This is no end to the theoretical mumbo-jumbo. And so as long as they keep you dancing around in all these theoretical frameworks, your average person doesn't have time to dig and investigate as to whether these things are bona fide or valid. Your average person is trying to, get a cup of coffee and get to work on time. They're really not trying to delve into the pixelated matrix information theory. It just don't have the time. And so I do, or I don't know if I do. I still have a full-time job like anyone else, but I guess I have two jobs, full-time job and another job, substitute teaching and another job. And I write and I compose music. And I play in a band and I play symphonic metal. And I have a lot of my own. So I just think some people, maybe this is like the great part, are guided to look into. Practice the rituals that understand right?
Yeah, I've been saying that like left and right. Like, let's
just say it in such a way that the person's forced to kind of speculate the topic Kabbalah, where there's 10 interdimensions, there's 10 that's the egg thing. You don't know, and like you just said, Hermetic, Babylonian, priesthood, the Kabbalah. I mean, so it's pretty well thought out. So if you base a modern scientific system, astrophysics, based on this very intricate occult doctrine, it's going to be very convincing. It's going to be repackaged with medical mumbo jumbo. And so as long as they give you spiritual it's very low at all, it's almost like they just can't really grasp them, they don't want to try it, and they have no interest in it. And I'm not really sure why that is, but it's almost like some people are walking that far. Yeah, maybe that's one way of putting it. There's an old phrase, I used to hear this a lot, that people say, you chose God. You chose this path to learn about, the most coveted, deeper things. And then the response to that is people say, well, no, God chose you. And then people say, oh, so what, it's special? And then the person in the same response, no, being chosen by God is not like a happy-go-lucky road. Everything is not rosy when you're on this path. It's just the opposite. And so, and again, I can't tell you like if you're choosing God, if God's choosing you, if it's symbiotic same thing, or it's like a mystery. I don't know. But what is evident is that there are, maybe it's genetic. Like the Noah story, maybe there's a genetic component to certain mortals that leads them to be Luciferian and to reject Christ. Like, isn't the Noah story really about a genetic deficiency? Where there was a certain genetic deficiency with, sinful, satanic, wicked creatures that God had to wipe out with the flood, and Noah wasn't contaminated. His genetics were in such a way that he still respected the Lord. I mean, I don't know the answer. I'm just proposing.
Yeah, one thing that's very curious about that is that a lot of these dark occultists, Satanists, Luciferians, they'll tell you that they're complete atheists, there's no God, no devil, and then they'll go on to like do these demon summoning rituals and venerate Lucifer, even though they started off by saying that everything is fake.
Maybe, and this makes it kind of hard, people like to say you don't have to be a genius to find God. And that's true. I believe that. I think some people are blessed with the gift of faith. They don't have to think it through. They don't have to walk the path they walk. They simply have faith. Like, faith as a child. Christ says faith is a meek. Faith as a child. And so, but then there's those that are, things might sound harsh, there's those that are just dumb. They're actually dumb. Their logic doesn't line up. Things like, oh, I'm an atheist, but I'm going to do this raised cone of power in a satanic pentagram on the ground of goat blood. I said, dude, maybe you're not an atheist.
Yeah, I mean, if you're messing around with blood and a dead animal, there's things happening there. There's things happening on the astral plane and in other dimensions, and there's energy being passed back and forth. To write it all off and to think that you're just sitting there playing Dungeons and Dragons or role playing, LARPing, something like that, it's just ridiculous. I mean, of course something's happening.
It's just the master stroke of, and of course you've resisted before, Daniel, the master stroke of Satan or the devil or Lucifer is to convince you that there is no such thing as Satan, right?
Yeah, I've been saying that like left and right lately.
So as long as I can convince you that it's all just hocus pocus bullshit, right? There's no Lucifer, or there's the Luciferian doctrine, but there's no like Luciferian intelligent demonic entity behind it. So I can convince you that it's all fun and games. Then you just go about your merry way with no understanding of occult ritual, no understanding of demonic power, no understanding of anything, and do everything that I want you to do without knowing you're doing it.
Well, this is what I'll kind of say that I think might maybe halfway get through to people. I'll say, well, the universe is a body, and just like us, we have a good side and a dark side. Well, the universe can be conscious, and it can have a good side and a dark side, so doesn't it make sense that there could be an evil, vast consciousness out there kind of directing things?
Well, and that's just Kabbalah. I mean, what you just said right now is actually Kabbalah. It's not even Christian. You just mentioned the dark side and the light side of the force, and you talked about, used the word the universe. That's the Kabbalistic doctrine that there's good and there's evil and good, and they're conjoined and they intermingle, and you have to have a balance between the force, a balance between good and evil, and then so, even if you're into Star Trek, there's good and evil. But in the absolute, I don't know the word to say, but in the absolute heart of God, or the absolute domain of the Lord, there is no evil. As far as I know. I mean, that's the paradox that is Epicurus. Whence cometh evil if God is all good? Right? And so is God the author of both good and evil? And so that would make God Satan. This is the Epicurean enigma, or paradox. Paradox is Epicurus. Okay, so and of course it's absurd. No, God is not the author of evil. And the idea that God is good, and the mystery is called the mystery of evil in classical Greek philosophy. It's called the mystery of evil. But we don't know where, whence cometh evil. We don't know. We don't know how Lucifer fell. We don't know how there was a rebellion from the sovereign, absolute divinity of God. We don't know. And people who claim to know, well, I want to hear their explanation because I'm always open to another, possibility. But I've looked into it for about 30 years, and I certainly don't know. And I don't really think I'm that dumb. It's beyond our comprehension. It's like beyond dualistic thinking. You might know, if you take enough ayahuasca, you might know. If you're peaking on DMT, yeah, you probably know. But you can't bring that back down and use, dualistic language and linguistics to explain it to anybody. You could write a song about it, you could do a dance about it, but these are things that are beyond man's understanding. And so we try to penetrate that veil, and that's the Luciferian secret mystery school core, is to keep looking for this secret knowledge without end. Figure it out. So even as you and I talk, we're all indoctrinated by Luciferianism, you included, and me. We're always trying to get to the secret knowledge and figure things out. We are all doing Lucifer's work. Like right now on the radio, you and I are doing Lucifer's work. It sounds funny, but we are. But there's a caveat. It's tempered with a Christian spirit of realizing that it's not in the uncovering of these secrets that we're going to be saved. See, there's a difference. We're just revealing the game. Like my book, The Science of Delusion, and my next book. I'm revealing the deception. I'm not endorsing the deception. And I'm not endorsing the rituals that underpin Luciferian philosophy. So you see, Daniel, there's a huge difference between looking into secret knowledge as opposed to looking to secret knowledge for apotheosis of knowledge.
Yeah, that's the old sort of idea that this or that group, like, oh, Scientology, if you make it to the highest level, you finally get to read from a secret book and learn what's really going on. And then when you actually read it, you find out that it's a bunch of weird BS about Xenu and alien god doing this and that. And then, I mean, it's got to be disappointing. You work so hard for such a lame, cartoonish truth.
And you have to kind of buying into a lot of stuff. People say Christians buy into a lot by having faith in redemption through the sacrifice of Christ. They want a way out story, like the genetic pool became contaminated, so God erased everyone through a flood, and Noah survived, and then later on God established the sacrifice, the blood sacrifice of Christ on the crucifix because we're sinful. And people say, well, that's a lot to buy into. Well, you know what's even more to buy into? Nephilim, Anunnaki, Nibiru, Marduk flying through outer space, coming back for the final atomic attack. I mean, that's a lot more to bite off than there being a God, and God becoming human and experiencing our pain. And that's that's a lot of pain to experience all those things in the world. And people say, well, that's just Marvel comic plan. How can you experience all those things in the world? Well, how about Marduk coming back to attack the Earth? Explain that one. Well, first of all, prove to me outer space exists, and then we'll go to the Marduk, Anunnaki, Nephilim fables. These people talk about this stuff like it's absolutely real. I don't want to name names.
Yeah, if you actually look at some of these old myths or history or whatever it is that comes out of Sumer, they don't really ever say anything about spaceships or anything like that. That's a huge projection that Sitchin was doing by saying that there's nuts and bolts, flying saucers and stuff like that. I mean, it's obvious that there's probably something there, but the way that he projects onto it and the way that he kind of adds his own it's got to be this, it's got to be aliens. It just doesn't seem to match up because I mentioned this last time. If you actually look at a lot of that stuff, there's magic and spells and demons and a lot of things that you can completely leave out.
Yeah, it's kind of like, and again, I'm not going to name names, but I ran into certain individuals that were claiming that I was quote woke, unquote. Just like. And I'm not saying that I don't appreciate it. People said you said it, and other people have said that. And it's like, but it was more of a marketing thing. But when you say it, you're saying it because you're trying to spread some truth. But they were more trying to market their product, saying that they met a guy who's woke, and that would lead traffic to their website. So what you have is. You have a kind of game where all these truthers, these light truthers, they talk about all the Luciferian, doctrines and becoming enlightened and secret knowledge and the Nephilim and the Marduk and Enki and Enlil and Minki and Namna and Uku. There's no end to the name. And Zachary Stitchin, the Chariots of the Gods by von Däniken, talking about that hypothesis dealing with the possibility of extraterrestrials being influencing ancient technology. And so there's a long lineage of all the, Stonehenge and Easter Island and these authors coming out and explaining about Nibiru and ancient aliens. And so my point is, it's like dark matter and black holes and dark energy. All these things are more plausible to people than the simple idea that you have sinned and if you look to Christ, you will have eternal life. That's a simple thing. All this other stuff is crazy town, and it's accepted as absolutely plausible now. It just shows you how powerful Lucifer is, because this is all Luciferian occult fantasy. It's repackaged as, Sumerian, and it's all, like you say, it's not based on true Sumerian tablets. It's just kind of a superimposed and ascribed meaning. They reinterpret things. It's like the movie Prometheus that I talked about so much. Prometheus did the same thing. They have these secret tablets, like Sumerian tablets, from all over the world, and they all point to aliens. So they're going to go to this planet and meet what's called the architects, or the engineers. And it turns out it's like the engineers want to kill mankind. This is Ridley Scott's Prometheus, an Alien Covenant, this movie. It's about just what you're talking about, just uncovering tablets that lead to ancient aliens being our ancestors. And so my response is, all of this goes bye-bye. There's no outer space. Like, the whole thing shuts down. It's gone. I'm talking about millions and millions and millions of truthers and talkers and hosts and books. All of it gets crushed if there's no outer space. And so when I run across these such websites and people and authors and people talk about me and they talk about wanting to get me on their show and my book, and as soon as I suggest that everything they stand for is a lie, it really makes them upset. Like, they really get nervous quick.
Yeah, I totally know the feeling. I mean, just the idea that there were no aliens and all this stuff about ancient astronauts that I was being so excited about and having so much fun with. I mean, I read 9 of those fiction books. It took a very long time. It cost a lot of money to find all those books. It's disappointing hearing that it's not real, but I suppose for me it is kind of part of the process, because even though I think the basic premise of Sitchin's books were wrong, it was still interesting hearing about the subject in general. It made me think and kind of led me to this point where now I see that there was some kind of deception or inversion going on, and it probably wasn't anything like that. If those gods or whatever they were walking around, they must have been coming from another dimension, or maybe they were just myths and stories and things of that nature.
And I don't think we should ever berate ourselves for our stages of waking up. I mean, I believe wholeheartedly in all of astrophysics and cosmology and astronomy and all the findings of quantum physics and absolutely everything put out by NASA my whole life. I thought, the cutting edge, the pinnacle, the apex of thinking and science. And then it was just only a few years ago that the whole thing started to crumble before my eyes. The scientism delusion was the phoenix that rose out of the ashes of my complete being crushed. Like, everything I knew was wrong all of a sudden. And that's where that book came from. But I said, okay. So I then kind of on the tail, hot on the tail of this stuff, but now it's all become crystal clear. Like, it was one of the biggest aha moments of my life. It was a 626-page aha moment. and so I think it's okay to go through the stages and not berate yourself. You're just like, oh, okay, so I used to think such and such. But the good thing is now you have an understanding of what other people believe. And you know what, because you study fiction, you know what other people are. You have compassion too for what they're going through because you were in it too.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and I had people telling me, like friend Todd, he told me, Daniel, I don't believe in aliens. William Cooper used to say that the alien thing was fake, and he discovered that very late in his career. And I would think, Todd, that's ridiculous. Of course there's aliens. Look how many planets are out there. I actually get a little bit angry at him. But now, I mean, he must be very satisfied because it was an ongoing process, and I suppose it was your work that finally made you actually turn the corner and realize he must be ecstatic, because I agree with him now. It seems that most of, if not all, that alien stuff is just complete hogwash.
Yeah, because of me, I gave you the darkest day of your life.
No, that was another thing that you did to me. You kept tweeting about Trump and Israel, and you freaking got to me so bad. I finally just had to give up on Trump because I got so darn mad.
I've had friends tell me that whether you're right or wrong, Greg, you're so good at presenting an argument that you never lose, and whoever you're talking to is just going to end up being crushed. And it's kind of like laughing, going, well, no, I don't try to crush anybody. I could be wrong on all these things too, you know. But if someone can't, well, launch an argument, like if nobody can launch an argument to refute it, it's like in science. The thing that is believed is the thing that can't be refuted. Did you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I say, you know, gravity is a real force and you can't refute it, well, you're forced to believe it. But if you can say, well, what about the idea of electromagnetic dielectric differential operating in a toroidal field in a matrix of density and buoyancy? Okay. Well, that changes the game. Then you're like, oh, well, so you have a theory that shows gravity is not necessary? And it's like, well, yeah, electromagnetics is sufficient. You don't need to go to Walt Disney Magic Ball gravity. You know,
Oh yeah, that's what's his name? Calva, the Electric Universe.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing is, if I propose a theory like the outer space is not true, and Trump, whatever I say about that, what you have is me looking into it and coming out with the most plausible, verifiable, provable theory that anyone can find. And so if somebody can actually crush it, you know, refute it, it stands. It actually stands. And so I try to let people know, I don't necessarily have the ultimate truth. You know, my whole book, Science Solution, it isn't gospel. I'm not God. I'm just looking into it, putting the pieces together, and realizing there's a coherent mosaic that makes sense. I think the reason people find it true, when I talk about Trump, when I talk about outer space, or quantum mysticism, or scientism, I've really looked into it so deeply that let me put it this way, Daniel. I am either Lucifer himself, you know, to be this thorough and convincing to the world, or I'm actually giving you the truth of things and I'm following Christ. So, you know, it's up to you to figure it out. And I'll tell you right away, I'm not a Luciferian, so don't worry. But that's the thing. I'm still convincing. People think, well, that's like Luciferian stature. That's like, only Lucifer could really, and it's like, well, we can't completely discredit Christ, right? I mean, and God. Don't you think there's an intelligence in God and Christ that can actually combat Lucifer? And so my response is absolutely. So I think I've been focusing on Christ and God my whole life, and I think that's what's led me to this, the information, the knowledge that there is a deception, layers of it, and the goal is not to completely fall into the abyss of it, but to look at it as a way of understanding what's going on that points you to morality and points you back to Christ. That's the goal. My goal is to make you a zealot for the secret mystery school, and to make you, and that's when I say you, I don't mean just you, I mean anybody. I'm not trying to get everybody to delve into the mysteries and like all these websites like Anunnaki and Nephilim and crystals, and they've got the next chapter of Nibiru's progress, and they want you to keep investigating. It's just like rubbish, taking you down into an abyss, a labyrinth of Luciferian traps. And that's really one of the things I wanted to say. Ultimately, and this is a key point I want to make tonight, it's the abyss of these quantum probabilities people are looking into. Ultimately, the end result of reducing things down to this quantum mystical level of secret knowledge is inevitable, but it's plunging down into an abyss where the rules of reality break down. Keep following Luciferian secret mystery knowledge. Time space breaks down, everything's incomprehensible, the traditional rules of physics go out the window, you're inviting mystical and magical ovations, and the floor that you hit is just another trap door and falls even further. And so you don't want to get too involved in the Babylonian mystery school religion in terms of finding the bottom of the abyss. You will not find it. You will be trapped in a Luciferian labyrinth your entire life. It will lead you to deeper occultism. Next thing you know, you will be practicing occult rituals, thinking that you're just innocently investigating into the occult. And you will, some people, you never, ever make it back.
And you got to think about what you're doing, because when you're doing these rituals and things like that, it's really a very selfish thing, because you're either trying to gain some sort of power, you're trying to get rid of somebody or hurt somebody, or you're trying to gain money, or you're trying to force somebody that loves you. There's so many reasons why you really would have no reason to do any sort of ritual like that, because most rituals like that are done for your own personal gain and to make things better only for yourself.
So you're hinting on the idea that a lot of these rituals actually are intrinsically selfish. I mean, it's not just that it goes awry. It's not just that you're raising the tone of power with fake blood and it goes awry. Really not. You're actually trying to, make Sheila love you and she lives in another country, or you're trying to make Jacob fail the bar exam so you can become the only law student at college. A lot of these things are not innocent. The other thing is, are you a good witch or a bad witch? There's the good witch says, no, I only do life-affirming things. It's like the Gaia, the Wiccan Gaia thing, where they're kind of like hugging trees and trying to get, nature to flourish. But then you see in practice, you got comets dancing around fires in the dark and trying to create, and all of a sudden they've got sex magic. And I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to this innocent white witch thing? You got sex magic, you got occultism, you got often sacrifice, and all of a sudden there's pentagrams, which are iconically powerful symbols that Luciferian powers channel through. Okay, so I agree with you. It's not just innocent things. The occult isn't just hidden. People have this thing where they deflect the severity of it by saying, oh, the occult, it just means hidden. Like, I don't know, hidden in Greek or Latin. Occult means hidden. No, incorrect. Occult is not just hidden. Occult is the secret knowledge of Lucifer. So when people try to soft of it and say, no, that's just hidden knowledge, and you should get that knowledge, you'll have some power. Say, well, okay, so go down that road and get back to me. I've been there, I went down the road. You don't get power. You get the illusion of power. Every Satanist and every Luciferian may get away with genociding millions, may get away with creating statues in his image, the Byzantine Empire, or Ozymandias, the huge sculpture, and the dust of time washed it away. There's no enduring eternal anything with the occult. There's the deception and the illusion of power, and the illusion of apotheosis, the illusion of everything. And so that's the thing that Luciferians and Satanists don't know, and I do know. That's why I keep talking about Christ. Because you can follow the path. You will not live forever. You will, like I told them recently, you'll be 75 with spittle will be drooling from your mouth as you're dying in a hospital bed. You will not live forever. I don't care what rituals, I don't care how enlightened, if you're a bodhisattva, if you're a Rinpoche, a Zen master, I don't care, it's irrelevant. You're going nowhere. You got one life. Reincarnation is an occult fantasy. I've never met a reincarnated person. There's never been one. People claim it, but there's no proof. It's just more occult fantasy. You got one life, and you only have one important decision to make, and that is, do you choose Christianity or do you choose the world? That's the only choice you have in this one life. And if you don't get it right, the consequences are eternal suffering in hell or eternal life. If you think it's a game and it's all bullshit, then do Pascal's wager. Just choose what you choose. You know, if you choose Christ and you're wrong, you have a moral life. If you choose Christ and you're right, you have eternal life. If you choose Lucifer and you're wrong, you're out of luck. So that's what's called Pascal's wager. And I'm not saying a person should follow Christ based on a gambling wager. I'm just saying, you know, the chips are down and there is a choice to make.
And it's also interesting that if you look at what Jesus was actually doing, he wasn't doing anything to make himself money or to have power over people. He was helping people. He was helping a blind man see. He was raising Lazarus from the dead. Or he was turning water into wine so a bunch of people could have a good time.
Well, the thing is, Daniel, if you study any kind of these like truther communities and all these websites talking about Anunnaki and Nibiru and the Nephilim and Sumerian tablets, Marduk, they're always going to be saying things like, oh, that's really the superficial understanding of Christ. I mean, haven't you heard that before? That you, quote, have a superficial understanding. You know, the real Christ was the Gnostic Christ, the secret knowledge that Christ embodied, that he was trying to teach you that, you can be as I am, that quote from the Bible, you can be a God. That's really what you're going to be finding on this earth. The people saying that Christ wasn't showing the way to himself, he was showing the way to apotheosis. And you do what Christ taught, you can become God. And that's the Gnostic Luciferian Christ that is taught in a new way. You're rarely going to find what they call a superficial understanding of Christ, the idea that you have sinned, and that you can't live more than one life, and that you are incapable of saving yourself, and that you are in need of a gift of salvation. You will rarely ever hear that anymore. You'll only hear about the Gnostic interpretation of all the secret knowledge of Christ that you too can have it. And this new car,
Yeah, one thing that you often hear is somebody actually told me this. They said that, well, Lucifer and Jesus are actually the same person.
Right, and that's again the Gnostic hocus pocus. Like the Madame Helena Blavatsky school, where they invert. I think you mentioned that quite a bit. The inversion of everything is occult. So Madame Helena Blavatsky, in the new age of Luciferian occultism, she's going to invert Lucifer, and the serpent is now the real God. And you get the demiurge, the archons, and all these stuff. Sophia, it's all Gnostic Luciferianism. And I was into it for a while, coming out of college, because I thought, this new age stuff is probably not right. This Gnostic Luciferianism, this Christian stuff, is probably the truth. And Christ was showing us the way. And it just didn't take too many months to figure out, wait a minute. So, wait, at what point do I become enlightened? And I started reading about Zen Buddhism and the Suzuki school, Zen meditation. I started getting involved and I realized, wait a minute, you can't be enlightened. There's nobody that's enlightened. And I met some Zen masters, and they were just idiots. They weren't enlightened. People were worshiping and bowing to them, and I was like, you're a fool. And they were like dumb too. Like they couldn't do things like basic physics. Some of them were silent. They wrote on chalkboard, and so now they were enlightened because now they didn't know how to speak, so they were enlightened. There's no end to the game. And so once you realize that the Gnostic Luciferianism is a ruse, you can't become enlightened. You can't become God. You can't get all these powers that make you live forever. All of this is a lie. And people, the fact that we can't think it through shows you how hypnotic Satanism and Luciferianism is. We get vexed and hypnotized, mesmerized by the dream and promise of Lucifer, by the promise of apotheosis, by the promise of power. And so people say you'll be the most humble of them all. How about that? Like talk about paradox. You'll be so incredibly humble, the most humble, more rubbish. And so you think it through a few times and go, it's not gonna, I got one shot. And it's like, that led me, after a whole lifetime of some hubris, arrogance, I finally realized, I greed and carnal flesh fixation, these things are not going away. There is no way out. I will die in this dilemma. And so then that's what led me back to this Christianity. And oh, that's exactly what Christ said. You can't get out. And so the free gift, so we're back to the same thing. All of my research, and I'll probably all of yours, everyone's research leads to the same, if you study Luciferianism, it leads to the same conclusion, that there is no way through in the Luciferian doctrine. You cannot be saved, you cannot anything. You can only be deceived, which leads to another alternative, the Christian gift of salvation, or reject the Christian gift. Stick with the Luciferian game, and that's your life. And it seems like most people have chosen door number 2. Most people in the world have chosen the new age of secret knowledge.
And I think it's important for people out there to realize that deception truly is an art form. It's a science. It's something that there are books published about. It's something that you can learn to do. It's something that a lawyer would be very skilled at. And you got to remember that if there are demonic beings out there, they're probably very old and very intelligent, and they are masters of this art form, of this skill.
Well, you can go back to Greek time, like the sophistry. I sometimes mention sophistry. I don't know the exact definition, but whether it's Sophocles, I don't know, but sophistry, when you have the Greeks arguing logic and reason and philosophy, Aristotle, Socrates, Aristophanes, and some wrote their own stuff, some had scribes, students write it for them. And the idea through dialectics and the Hegelian dialectics and sophistry and the Socratic inquiry, you ask questions. This is not new, like you say. This was becoming a science, a rhetoric, and philosophic discourse, and all these things thousands of years ago were being perfected. Okay, well that's just mortal man. So what I'm agreeing with what you say. We've got an intellectual fire, a Promethean fire called Lucifer, with all of the intellectual colors. Sir Francis Bacon, who started the scientific method, and he was fully into alchemy and Luciferian doctrine. So science essentially comes from Luciferian intellectual fire. Prometheus, the firebringer, is often equated as Lucifer. Lucifer brought the fire of intellect. And so here I am, talking intellectually often, and using the intellectual fire that Lucifer gave me. But what am I doing it? I'm using it against Lucifer. So people say, well, if Lucifer is so sophisticated, how can you, Mr. Garrett, pull that off? And my response is, because I am cleaving to Christ. That's the only reason I am able to pull anything off. Because I keep going back to the fact that I cannot do it. I cannot save myself. I cannot overcome all the sinful nature. I've tried. I cannot. I've never met anyone who could. And I cannot be enlightened. And as soon as I started to realize that, I realized, actually the doors of my mind opened up when I realized that I cannot overcome sin. But I spent my whole life thinking that there's no such thing as sin. The new age. And that was the doorway to giving me the liberty to understand these things at a deeper level and actually express them with the simple thing of understanding that I can't overcome my own sin. That was the doorway. That's all it is. It's not that I'm sophisticated or intellectual or any of that. Because there's people far more intellectual than me, far more sophisticated than me, and they're teaching, as they say, doctrines of demons. They're teaching doctrines of philosophy of Luciferian occultism, Hermetic philosophy. And science is Hermetic. It's Babylonian occultism. It's largely Kabbalah, alchemical Kabbalah. And that's really what at least quantum physics and artificial intelligence and astrophysics is based on. I'm kind of like going roundabout on what you're saying, but so yeah, there you go.
And part of the reason why I say this is because of two things that I have researched / investigated, or at least interviewed people about the aliens and the hauntings. Both the world of aliens and the world of hauntings and demonic activity, they both include their deception. The aliens are always lying to people. They're saying, oh, we're from this place, we're from that place, this is what's going on, that's what's going on, and a lot of very conflicting stuff coming from different so-called alien groups. And then on the haunting side of things, there's more deception going on. These demonic beings are protecting your dead loved ones. They can put in your head, they can get permission to come inside your home, and they can get more control over you.
Well, this reminds me of the whole ethnogen thing, psychedelics, the ethnogen. It's the same kind of thing where, and remember, we're dealing with the biblical concept of I come as an angel of light. Lucifer comes as an angel of light. So whether it be an alien, a trusting alien, or a demonic alien, or an interdimensional entity, it doesn't really matter after a while. Because what we're dealing with is a type of a strategy to misrepresent who or what you are at all times. And it doesn't even matter anymore if it's the mechanism. Like, are there really aliens posing as demons, or are they demonic entities posing as aliens? I mean, ultimately, it's all the same thing. It's kind of like the ethnogens in psychedelics. Through DMT, people experience these psilocybin, what Terence McKenna calls machine elves. And if you're taking psilocybin, there's a little elf.
Oh, yeah.
Machine. Yeah. Okay, you know what I mean? Little machine elves, little out of, machine-like mechanistic elves. And that's like an attribute or property of particularly of psilocybin. DMT has a different signature. It has what's called the chrysanthemum. You go through this kaleidoscopic chrysanthemum that goes upward. And you can have like millions of clown faces spinning in a perfect fractalized Mandelbrot set of perfection. This vivid colors, 10,000 times more vivid than anything you've seen, and a perfect Fibonacci series of Mandelbrot unfolding fractalized. And so that's the chrysanthemum of the DMT popping. It's called popping. Okay, so some people talk about going to outer space on DMT, and they're meeting entities, and they call them aliens. Okay, so what are we dealing with? Whether it's DMT or ayahuasca or a paranormal experience, or seeing dead loved ones, or alien contact, again, it's all the same thing in terms of whether it's interdimensional or whether it's something bleeding through from an interdimensional portal, bleeding through to our 3 dimensions, coming from a 4th or a 5th dimension, like in the movie by Christopher Nolan called Interstellar, where they go into a black hole to access the 5th dimension of time, and they access, a bookshelf through a 5th dimension. I mean, it doesn't matter. What we're dealing with is an accessing of something that's not of the 3-dimensional realm.
And it's important to also know that while certain individuals, perhaps somebody like Timothy Leary or Terence McKenna, were telling people, go out and do these drugs, these psychedelics, have a great experience, you'll become enlightened, you'll connect with the earth spirit, stuff like that. While they were going out there talking about this stuff, the actual people that have a history of use with these chemicals, they would say, no, don't be reckless with them. When you do this, you should actually have some sort of protection, because we run into these demonic entities all the time.
Well, if there was a tarot card that was, and there's not, but if there was, called the Genius Pool, because the tarot has the Jester, and if there was one called the Genius Pool, that would be Terence McKenna. And I've studied a lot of Terence McKenna, because he's a genius in his ability to form thoughts and to create concepts. I mean, he's absolutely linguistic master. And he always had this kind of, he had a nasally, slow draw. He was like, the bipedal hominin ingested this dimethylcysteine. You know they talk that up?
Well done.
Yeah, that's and in the canopies of Africa, the bipedal hominids ingested these dimethyltryptamines, and their visual acuity was enhanced. And so it makes sense that these things were used for the expansion of the neocortex. It's just like a little, it's all nasally and crisp and perfect and slow. It's always stoned. He's stoned his entire life. And so, it's like, wow, spoken words of wisdom from the ultimate stoner, the ultimate triplet. And so what he did is he revealed what I call hyperspace. And so I kind of was involved in this a long time ago in college. There was like, I didn't study Terence McKenna back then, but there was Charles Hart, who wrote a book called Altered States of Consciousness by Charles Hart. It's kind of a compendium on altered states and paranormal. Timothy Leary, obviously, Tom Wolfe, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, The Doors of Perception in Heaven and Hell by Aldous Huxley. And then I read all the Carlos Castaneda stuff, Journey to Ixtlan, Lessons of Don Juan. And what we were doing in college is experimenting with ethogens, psychedelics. Psilocybin, LSD, what else? Not clean. Peyote. Okay, and then so we were mapping out the hyperspace terrain inside our mind. This is the secret knowledge. This is where I got into it, New Age. The secret knowledge inside the mind. We're doing paranormal.
Greg,
you know what I mean?
I hate to interrupt you, but I do have a caller here on the line. I believe they may have a question for you. Caller, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, hey there, buddy.
Hello there. Well, looking at a few different things. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just out here listening to the show. Made a couple points I had to call in on. How you doing, Greg?
Not too bad. Trying to look at things from a few different angles. How are you doing?
I'm so good. I mean, not too bad, maybe. In between so good and not too bad.
Yeah, good.
It's hotter than hell where I live, so that's kind of rough.
Yeah. Do you have a question?
Question on Jesus. You cling so strongly to Jesus. Which part? Which Jesus? Is there a group that you're representing a certain perspective from the Bible, or Jesus that you're clinging to?
Well, you can look at it.
Are you born again? Are you just a
I see.
Jesus person?
Are you Mormon? I see. Is it a Catholic thing, or is it? No, I don't really identify with any religion. No.
Just Jesus.
I don't think.
Okay, when you say Jesus, do you mean the Jesus that's described in the Bible?
Well, see, this dialectic could go on for days. And that's why I told people I'm not a Bible scholar, because this turns into the validity and legitimacy of the Aramaic Bible versus Greek, which Bible do you use? Are we talking Old versus New Testament? Is it Jesus or Yeshua? I mean, there's no end to where this conversation will go.
But I'm saying, which Jesus would you point people to go look at or read? Where would you point people?
I was pointing, well, I mean, the Bible pretty clearly talks about the idea of you are a sinner and you have one life. There is no way to overcome it. And so you have a choice. You can just die and just blow it off.
So you have a handful of basic concepts that Jesus described, and you're clinging to those. Not any particular book, not any particular faith or religion.
Well, everything I'm saying is in the Bible. I'm just talking about if you encounter the Luciferian energy and talk and look into it.
Which Bible are you talking about?
I'm not going to do the Bible Scholar thing, where I'm endorsing the King James versus the Aramaic versus the whatever. That's not, this whole thing that people get involved in, to me, it's a diversion, it's a distraction. So what I'm trying to talk about is the Luciferian darkness that's real. And so whether you're studying transhumanism, artificial intelligence, quantum mysticism, CERN, HARP, the New World Order, I don't care what, it leads to the same conclusion. We have a Luciferian apotheosis doctrine that has rooted.
So you're bouncing off of the Luciferian, you're bouncing off of the Luciferian doctrine, coming back to your Jesus reading, and putting that together as the view and your salvation that you should cling to.
This is the obvious conclusion, is what I'm saying. If you study these things, you are left with a choice. Because transhumanism will not let you go. When it gets you by the throat, which is it's getting with 5G, it's all ramping up. The world will not have liberty to just do a Sunday Bible reading. There's a choice. You see, what I'm talking about is a technological mysticism. It's a techno-spiritual warfare. There will be a time, whether you survive get to this time, or whether I can't tell, but there's a ramping up of technology is being positioned in such a way where you'll be forced to enter into these Ready Player One neuro-linking technology, in which case you will never get out. Okay, so you will be forced to make a choice. You either go into...
I'm not arguing with you that this system you're talking about exists and that they're trying to bring that in. The only thing that I'd argue about is what exactly sits behind all of this, and I just think
what I'm saying is you'll have a choice, okay? And the choice is and this is brutal, but the choice will be you accept these Luciferian transhumanistic AI-driven technologies. If you don't, you will be executed. See, what I'm talking about is a very dark thing. It's not science fiction. This is
all that exists, and I don't understand how Jesus keeps being in the background as our salvation.
What I'm saying is that if you look at the full context, if you look at it in a myopic vacuum, then everything I'm saying sounds ridiculous. I'm asking you and anyone else to look at the first of Cassidy, to look in the panoramic view here. We've got an entire agenda brewing. It's not just Luciferian technology. No, there is a reason that they're creating this new world order. It's not just to get power on Earth. They are trying to get the souls of man. All these technologies aren't designed to capture your body. Did you realize that? The technologies that they're creating, they're not designed to ensnare your flesh or your body. They're designed to ensnare interdimensionally your soul. So just look at the whole picture. You've got a powerful entity rising to trap your soul. The other side is from that situation. So I'm just telling people you have a choice. You can have faith in Christ. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it's your choice. Or you can
Greg,
Greg,
don't you realize a long time ago, corrupt governments and countries and powers use these systems to control people mentally as psyops. You realize?
No, that's
Christianity.
That's a half truth. Because if you really think about that, because Christianity doesn't lead to slavery, it leads to actually the rejection of the world. See, people have that misconception that Christianity was used as Friedrich Nietzsche talks about in the Antichrist, in the Will to Power. Friedrich Nietzsche talks about the idea of Christianity being a slave morality, that it's only invented to the submission of people even submitted under the government. If you actually look into Christianity, it's the opposite. There is nothing in Christianity that forces you to submit
I
to the world.
I didn't say that it was invented to be that, but it was overtaken by the Roman Empire.
Okay, that's
And
but nothing to
the
do with
official religion. I'm just saying, governments and countries have done this.
Well, okay, but that has nothing. But that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about has nothing. You're talking about Constantine and Catholicism and Catholicism. Yeah, and that's the history of that. And that we can go on again forever about how Catholicism was the whore of Babylon to infiltrate Christianity and to destroy it from within. And I agree with you. You're making that point. What I'm talking about is that there is the choice to be made now. And so it will be simple. You choose these technologies, or they will kill you. That there is no third option. You will be executed. And so if you choose, to reject these technologies and to not embrace Christian spirit, I don't know what will happen to you.
What about countries and people that'll never get the chance to see the Bible, hear the Christ message? Children in other countries, parts of the world.
I think the Bible has all kinds of information about like those that are innocent of the Christ. I mean, as a kid, you hear these stories that those people are saved by their admission of their own sins. But if you understand that you don't have to ever heard about Christ to know that you have frailties and sins. There's people that have never heard of Christ that walk around are very humble in their sin. They don't call it sin because they never even heard the word sin. So I don't think you have to know about Christ per se. Like the word Christ, I don't think it's even about that. It's like you have sins that cannot be overcome and that you need God. Okay, so whether you use the word Christ or Jesus or Yeshua, I think that's all semantic bullshit. I never believed in any of that. I think it's more about the Spirit of Christ. If you understand that you cannot, that if you know that you need God and that God created you, which is basic logic, that's basic kindergarten logic, that the Creator created the creation. And so if you understand that you are accountable to your Creator,
I just find it, I just am dragging the span of time, and I won't keep you much longer than I appreciate you putting up with
Todd, we're going to need to wrap up this call. It's going a little long, so if you can kind of wrap it up.
Yeah, sorry. I'll end here, Greg, with, I appreciate you putting up with me arguing with you a little bit, but in the
I don't mind arguing. The one thing is that good thing not to go over like ground that's been gone over.
I hear you, but I'm just saying that in the span of time, and I'll end, so many religions and faiths and life and realities have occurred. To say that's the answer right now at this time, people that can't open their minds to this universal sort of truth outside of a conscripted religion, are missing a big picture too.
Well, the universal truth, and that's a code for the New Age. The universal truth is that it's a pantheistic universe. There's just the universe, and you should just love your brother and neighbor. Okay, that is the Luciferian teaching. That's the universal truth, and I'm letting you know. Choose it if you want. It ends up in the soul through transhumanistic technology, in this loving your brother, lost forever. So if you choose. I'm not telling you what you have to do. I'm just saying that's the game. The universal truth is the Luciferian gospel. And if you want to choose it, by all means, choose it.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate your time, Greg.
Yeah, you could always good talking to you. Take care.
Thank you.
Todd?
Yeah, hey there.
Yeah, Todd, he's coming from a Mormon background, and I've had many debates with him about things like Christ and faith and stuff like that. I think that his perspective is unique and valuable, but hopefully that wasn't a little too argumentative for you.
No, I've talked to him before, remember? And see, he's not raising anything new. The reason I get a little abrupt is because I don't want to go over too much rehash old ground. Like, there's not much time in life to rehash old stuff, especially on a radio show. Like, you want to be breaking some new ground for people, because we've all heard it all. We've heard it all. And people need to get, not necessarily that everything has to be new, but they need to, like, they need enrichment. They don't need to be like rehashing the stuff that you can Google on the internet. Like, oh yeah, what is the different religions and what do they believe? And was war started by constant? You know, these are things that you can Google search. And that's, I'm not here to do a Google search. That's why I was kind of like trying to clip them there. But the idea of there being a quote universal religion, and by the way, at the end, he's obviously very extremely respectful person, and he's very decent and polite and respectful the entire time, and especially at the end there. So I have no problem talking to God. But the universal religion is the Luciferian religion. And people often talk about, why like every age has its own Messiah, and every age, but that's not true. That's the Zeitgeist lie. The Zeitgeist movie. It's not true. That the Sun religions and the Horus and you know the idea that they were repackaged, and Christianity is just a repackaging of Mithras and Zoroastrianism. It's not true. It's not true.
And this is something that I absolutely did want to talk about, because I've been going through my own little kind of personal journey here, because I totally bought into just exactly what you said. I was reading certain articles before telling me things. Oh, Jesus, he was Horus from ancient Egypt, or he was the Phrygian, something to do with the ancient religion from a place called Phrygia. It's completely ripped off, but what I came to find recently was that that's actually the deception, that there was a guy named Josephus who very clearly said that there was a man named Jesus that walked on the earth, and he was an actual historian for Rome. So actually denying that Jesus was a historical figure is more of a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, see, I went through the same process you went through. That's the reason I know so much about this, is because I was vexed for a long time. I thought, oh, Christianity is just a deception, you know? And I read a lot of Nietzsche. Nietzsche's kind of powerful. For a while I was reading Nietzsche. You know, Nietzsche wrote The Antichrist, Hammer of the Gods, The Will to Power. I mean, he's pretty much the defender of Satan. And Nietzsche was going to be a Christian priest, by the way. I knew that. So I was really hooked by this whole thing, that it's just a repackaging of Egyptian, Babylonian religion. So I stumbled across the Zeitgeist movie Debunk, and some Chris White and some stuff. I just started looking into it, looking at Constantine, and I started to realize, oh, wait a minute, what you said. The deception was the covering up of Christianity and making it seem as if this was the deception. And of course, I think the Bible talks about this idea that, you know, people deceive, people, you know, everything that we're talking about has been talked about in this book called the Bible. It's all there. And again, I'm not a Bible scholar. I try to be clear to people. I'm not a Bible scholar. But I do know that a lot of these things were spelled out by the Bible.
Yeah, and I do think that Todd did make one very good point, what he said about Rome kind of taking over the teachings of Christ, because it seems to be that's exactly what they did. And that's something you said during our last interview, that actually Jesus' teachings were, I like to use the word inverted. It's almost like because his presence on this earth was so powerful, the forces of evil out there, it's like a chess game, they had to make some kind of counter move.
Yeah, what people say, they absorbed the pagan religion into the Catholic Church so that they could get the pagans and the Christians into their big party called Catholicism, right? That's the story we hear. Others have posited that Constantine made up the divinity of Christ and ratified this new theology at the Council of Nicaea. The Bible writers in the works predate Constantine, so that kind of throws that out. The idea that Constantine just made it all up based on amalgamation of Egyptian, Babylonian religions, and then they just packaged it. And so, it's hard to wade. Most of the people can't wade through all that. It's just too complex and it's too deceptive. But basically what you find is that Christianity predated Constantine. And it's kind of like the whole thing was going not in a church. And so then you have the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and all these stories from the Bible start to make sense historically. Again, I'm not a Christian scholar, but you can look this up. And a lot of these stories that we hear about the Sadducees and the Pharisees were actually real historic situations. And it was a battle for the Christian faith, to change it, to interpret it, how to guide and how to make people submit to it instead of freeing them. That's what Todd was suggesting that, you hear this all the time, that Christianity is like Frederick Nietzsche said, it's a slave morality. It makes people submit. But there's nothing in Christianity that makes you submit. Nothing. If anything, you reject the entire world. I mean, Christianity is the biggest enemy of the state ever put. Why do you think Christ was killed? He was going against the Jewish Talmudic Pharisees, and that is the synagogue of Satan. That is the New World Order.
Yeah, and I love that, because I was just thinking about this the other day. I was thinking about the story of Jesus being in the temple, and there are a bunch of tax collectors or money changers. Anyway, they're dealing with something to do with money, and he walked right up to them and he said, this has no place in a temple. A temple's supposed to be for spirituality. He straight up dumped their tables over.
Yeah, that's the idea of usury. Usury was one of the greatest sins, because you're exploiting your brother. You're charging interest on a loan. So, the Christians were forbidden from practicing usury. The only ones that could practice usury were the Jews. And so they had a bench that they practiced usury. We call it banco. It's B-A-N-C-O, banco. That's where we get the word bank. So, I'm not going to get into a Jewish thing on the radio, but I don't blame you. There's two things. I have a joke that whatever you're forbidden to talk about is true. You've heard me say that before. And there's two things you can't talk about ever. One, the earth is flat. Two, the Jews run the world. So those are the two things you can't talk about. But again, as Christ said, the Jews that are not Jews. I have friends that are Jewish, and they know nothing of what I'm talking about. The Ashkenazi Khazarians are what they infiltrated the Judaic religion, and they call themselves Jews. They're not really Jews. That's why Christ said, the Jews that are not Jews. The synagogue of Satan. And Hitler said the same thing, by the way. Hitler said, the Jews that are not Jews. I'm not trying to equate Hitler with Christ here. They said the same thing.
What's funny about that? Just exactly like you say. I mean, if there's anything that paints Hitler in even the smallest little bit of a positive light, at least in the sense that he was aware of certain things going on, you actually see it deleted off the internet.
Oh, I know. That's why I kind of laugh after I say it. Right? That Hitler actually saw that there was a synagogue of Satan. There was an infiltration of the Judaic religion. I don't know if he knew it to that depth, and he saw this entity, these Khazarian warriors who had infiltrated Judaism and called themselves Jews as a threat to Germany. And they were destroying Germany. And so he wanted them out. And so the story gets bigger because you have Zionism who wanted to move the Jews from Germany to Palestine. And so they shared a similar agenda. And there's a coin that's been minted in the 1945 that on one side it has a swastika, and the other side it has the Zionist Star of David. Well, why would the Jews and the Nazis be working together? because they were working together. It was the Zionist Jews who ran the concentration camps. It was the Jews who genocided the religious Jews. The Zionist Jews, the Jews who were not Jews, who had the religious Jews genocided. It wasn't Hitler. Okay, now, that's enough to get me, thrown in jail, right? but, and then I'm not saying Hitler was innocent. Hitler was kind of a stooge. He was a pawn. He was in a bigger game. Hitler was a pawn in a bigger Zionist Ashkenazi game. He didn't know what he was going into. I'm not convinced he was understanding what was going on. He was like a mad dog. But I think he was really trying to build up Germany. And he said many times he didn't want to go into war. I mean, multiple speeches, letters, where he said, I do not want war. It was Britain and the Freemasonic Churchill who wanted war. It was Rothschild who paid or used the Balfour Declaration in the First World War. They wanted war. The bankers wanted war. Hitler did not want war. He wanted people to get out of Germany. But anyway, without getting too much into that history, it's very controversial. It's a lot to dig into to figure it out. But to bring it back to what you're talking about is Constantine and Christianity and the synagogue of Satan and the Pharisees. All this stuff is biblically underpinned historically, but very difficult to figure out. So people end up thinking that Christianity is the problem. That it is this control system that makes people weak and makes government strong, when it's just the opposite. Like you said, they invert the story. If there's anything that would free you, it's the idea that you shouldn't follow the world, and that your salvation is through the morality of Christ. If I want to make you weak, Daniel, I'll get you into porn. If I want to make you weak, I'll get you into drugs. If I want to make you weak, I'll get you into larceny and violence and betrayal. But if I want to make you strong, I will push morality. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not lie. I'll push morality at you, which will make you strong. Okay, so Christianity makes people strong, but it makes people separate from the state. It makes people not really submit to the state. So don't tell me Christianity is the slave morality. But it's been used that way, and Todd was correct in assuming that, or stating that. It has been used that way by religion to make people submit to authority. It's been used that way. So it's a half-truth. Again, it's complex to figure out, but my position wasn't even talk about the historical analysis of Christianity. So it's just to mention that you study Luciferianism, and it leads to this choice of you can choose the technologies or reject them and they will kill you. In which case you decide, or you can have faith in the counterpoise, which is Christ. And yeah, it's faith.
Yeah, there's definitely some truth to the idea of religion being control. But what I find interesting is just the other day, yesterday, somebody was getting a little bit of an argument with me about something I said about Jesus. He did not agree with my perspective on things. He was being very upset and angry and telling me, you're not a true Christian unless you accept this way, because this is what it actually says in the Bible. And I just couldn't help but think to myself, boy, this is ridiculous. You think this gentleman would be happy that I even believe in Christ or acknowledge his existence? Instead, he was angry at me because I don't agree with his take.
Well, if you notice, it's become more of an intellectual battle than a battle of the heart or spirit. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
It's more like, what is your interpretation? Like, are you Mormon? Are you Catholic? Are you Episcopalian? It's more like an intellectual battle. And who is the master of intellectual fire? The Christ? No. That doesn't mean Christ is dumb, but it's not Christ, it's Lucifer. See, all these legalese, the Pharisaical legalese, that you're talking about there, the Pharisees, the Talmudic, Pharisaical, legalese law, the law. This is the Luciferian game to get people more interested in the intellectual understandings of things than to actually have the spirit of humility. Because you really think that if I, in my mind, I say Christ is my Messiah, that's accepting Christ? I doubt it. I think me understanding that I am a complete wretch, amazing grace, saving a wretch like me, but the fact that I acknowledge that I'm an utter wretch and incapable of overcoming my sin at all, that to me, that's accepting Christ. I don't think I ever have to have heard of the word Christ to accept Christ. I'm not convinced it's an intellectual game of nomenclature and semantics. Did you use the right name, Daniel? Did you say Jesus or Yeshua? I never been convinced that that's what it's about. I think it's a spirit. I don't think it's a word game at all.
Yeah, I think it's important to look at what Jesus was saying and what he was doing and how he lived his life instead of where he fits into the spiritual hierarchy or how we should worship, or if we should worship at all. I think it's much more important to look at the fact that this man was living a completely unselfish existence and devoting his whole life to teaching others and coming up with some stories seemingly on the fly that can actually change a person's consciousness and change their entire life and existence.
You have to have experiences. Like, when I talk about humility, I'm not saying I'm Mr. Humble. I mean, I'm not trying to be humble. I'm just being humbled by what I'm learning. So I'm trying to express with words what I'm talking about. It's a spiritual thing, like techno-spiritual warfare. It's not just, oh, well, I logically see Luciferianism as a dark road, so there must be a way out. That's only half the game. Most of it is the emotional, spiritual travail and trauma that anyone, myself, are going through that leads you to faith in Christ. It's not intellectual. I mean, I'm as intellectual as people on, probably anyone wants to get. And that didn't lead me to Christ. That led me to Lucifer. My intellect led me to Luciferian occultism. That's what it led me to. It was only realizing kind of like more simple incapability, spiritual, emotional crushing that turned me to not intellectually. Kind of like, say you were an alcoholic, and then alcohol is just and then you're going to drink alcohol that night, and if you drink any more, like one more week, you'll die. It didn't. Or is it an actual emotional, gestalt-changing, life-changing understanding to your core when you go, wow, this is where alcoholics sort of programs to go, I cannot overcome this. When you finally realize that after trying for 12 years and failing, they cannot do it. And then they seek out, there's a higher power, and they have sponsors, and they try to get out. So I think that's a good metaphor for sin. You reach a point where you cannot get out. And I think New Agers, because they think there's no sin, they're doing a lot of promiscuous sex and orgies and drugs and adulteries and transgender mixing partners. And there's so much sexuality and deceit and lying that they just say it's okay, that there's no pangs of guilt to lead them to Christianity until they reach a point where they're lying in the gutter, puking up, and maybe hemorrhaging from some drugs they took, and they go, maybe I'm wrong. It takes the alcoholics or New Agers, they may take AIDS for a New Ager to go, maybe promiscuous sex and doing Aleister Crowley, do as thou wilt, maybe that's wrong. Maybe there's a right and wrong. And so it's kind of like a groundbreaking revelation that people go through, whether they're alcoholics, or whether they're in the New Age, or, be a bank robber, where they kind of turn away from their sin and go, oh wow, I was wrong, and I'm going to die. Like, I need to think it up. I'm just saying it's not an intellectual process.
It's also interesting, you did bring up Nietzsche, and Nietzsche's teachings were very, I very briefly and half-assedly read one of his books, and you read about him a bit during my youth when I got widely interested in him for a little while. But the types of ideas and philosophies that he was pushing, God is dead, and it's all just nothing really matters sort of idea. It leads to something called nihilism, and I believe that nihilistic mentality, I believe that it's very dangerous and destructive because it really makes you feel like everything is kind of pointless.
But you have to remember, the nexus point between all of these things, the more you look into it, between all of these philosophies, evolutionary theory, Friedrich Nietzsche, Hitler and the Reichstag, Darwinism, they all intersect. And they're all kind of freemasonically connected. It's not just like Nietzsche came out of nowhere. He was kind of at the spearheading this kind of atheistic nihilism that he's talking about. But he was looking at Christianity and he was saying, oh, it's a slave morality. So he was kind of like going back to ancient Gnostic ideas. He wrote a book called Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And he's looking at what's called the Übermensch, the Übermensch. He was German, so Mensch means man. Übermensch. And the Überman, which Hitler studied Nietzsche, the Superman, the Aryan Superman, was the idea of becoming a God-man. So Nietzsche was talking about apotheosis. See how it all connects all of a sudden?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. He wrote a book called The Antichrist. Nietzsche did. He wrote a book called Hammer of the Gods. And so essentially Nietzsche was talking about how man is involved in a nihilistic despair, kind of like the existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre, with a book called Nausea. The idea of existential despair, there's no alternative. The only thing that makes sense is for man to rise to the highest level of like aggressive, emotional, intellectual fire. That's Prometheus. So you see how all this is just more repackaged occult bullshit? Even Nietzsche, just the same stuff. Apotheosis, pursuit of knowledge, becoming a god man, and Hitler read it and said, yeah, I'll do the same thing, And then Wagner wrote all kinds of things in the same vernacular, symphonies, and then Hitler cited at his big Reichstag rally. So you got Wagner and Nietzsche.
Oh yeah, they love Wagner. The Nazis love Wagner. He was one of their heroes.
Yeah, he's playing Twilight of the Gods,
Yeah.
Big symphonic operas, and the Götterdämmerung, Tristan and Isolde, all these things blaring up megaphones at this rallies with millions of people, Nazis. I mean, it's a big, big dramatic thing. And the idea is to become a Superman. Hitler was really into this stuff. Aryan, the fifth root race from Madame Helena Blavatsky. And he had a copy of the Secret Doctrine by Madame Helena Blavatsky by his bedside. So I'm just trying to show you how all these thoughts intersect. Madame Helena Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine, Theosophy, the Thule Society, the Braille Society, Adolf Hitler, the Third Reich, Friedrich Nietzsche, Darwinism, evolutionary theory, it all is the same Luciferian technological indoctrination to Gnostic secret knowledge, to gain apotheosis, a god man. All the same. You see how many different forms this has been taking throughout the years? Like so hard for people to escape it? Because you turn around and there's a new philosophical doctrine that's trapped you.
Yeah, that's very true. When you think about it that way, it is very much tied together. The fact that Hitler had to have a book by Blavatsky, and then Blavatsky's protege Alice Bailey, and their connection to the United Nations. It's really scary when you look at all the facts going on.
But everything's connected, and it's not necessarily people say, "Oh, you think it's a big conspiracy?" No, it's just called secret societies with an agenda. Daniel has said, it's a conspiracy that they meet in a boardroom at IBM to discuss their computers. No, they do. They meet to discuss their business. It's not a secret conspiracy. Bohemian Grove, the Bilderberg Group, the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, the Council of 300, the Council of 500, the Council of Rome. Illuminati, they're all interconnected. Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Vatican Jesuits, it's all connected. And yes, they do fight amongst each other, they're not always in agreement, but the agenda remains consistent. Apotheosis through secret knowledge. Luciferian.
And when people tell me the Illuminati stuff is foil hat stuff, it's fake, etc., I always tell them, just go on freaking Wikipedia, look up the Bavarian Illuminati, look up this guy Adam Weishaupt, and look into the things that he said. He admitted that what he was doing was abusing secret societies and trying to create this Illuminati. It's not fiction, it's fact.
Yeah.
It's on Wikipedia.
Well, that's why I try not to have those arguments like with Paul. I was kind of cutting him off in a way. I don't like to have those mundane arguments that are Google searches. Some things are just simple things like Adam Weishaupt in 1776, May 1st, started the Illuminati. And they wrote an Illuminati treaty. They got intercepted by the French government. It exposed them. They had to go underground. Adam Weishaupt was a canon, Ingolstadt canon, Jesuit canon professor, canon law, a Jesuit in the Jesuit University. Ingolstadt was a Jesuit. So all these things connect. Jesuit, Adam Weishaupt, Illuminati, forces going around. They infiltrated the Freemasons.
And
at
who
the
was
height.
Adam Weishaupt, but Rothschild.
Well, Rothschild, theoretically, Rothschild is the guy or the family that kind of funded all this. They wanted to protect their interests through usury. So they created an amalgamation of all the secret knowledge possible from the East. So you have to think of it as the Templar, Knights Templar brought it back, the Jesuits had all that knowledge, and the Jesuits were sponsoring Adam Weishaupt to create the Illuminati. Okay, so it's not really a conspiracy, it's history. And the end result was like the Illuminati infecting the Freemasons who lived inside it. So yeah, these things are just Google searches. But you shouldn't even argue this with people. Go Google it.
And that does beg another question that I wanted to ask you. During our last two interviews, we talked a bit about the future and things that might come to pass, things that will come to pass. My question is, there's these things called the George's Guidestones, and there were also different documents released that may be fake, may be real, but basically what it says is that one of the Illuminati's plans is to eventually eradicate a large percentage of the population. What would you say to that, Greg? Is that more misinformation and lies, or do they really need to pull a great number of us in order to create their new age?
Well, yeah, again, this is pretty basic stuff. The Georgia Guidestones granite monument unveiled in 1980. I think it's situated in Elbert County, about 100 miles east of Atlanta, Georgia. It's a giant, mysterious Stonehenge-like monument. It's 20 feet high. 6 granite slabs. Each one weighs 240,000 pounds. And it has engraved in multiple languages the 10 rules and ideals for, quote, age of reason, unquote. Okay, getting back to Lucifer, reason, intellect, of the age of reason. So the age of faith in Christ, is being destroyed. And on the Guidestones it says maintain humanity under 5 continuity. In perpetual balance with nature. So you got the global warming agenda, the United Nations. So essentially the Guidestones suggest that, okay, well, let's just do the math. 7.5 billion people roughly in the world, and only 500 million remain. Well, how many have to die? And that's what we're doing with. We're dealing with the United Nations, Agenda 21, and they're going to use sustainability as a ruse for depopulation. So sustainable development, when you closely scrutinize, is nothing other than genocidal depopulation with a new age environmental twist. That's all it is. Sustainable development. This is genocide the world with a using environmental reasons. That's all it is. There's Agenda 230, I believe, and this is making up these agendas for controlling property. Eventually, all of America will be under Agenda 21 sustainability, environmental doctrines, where you pretty much will live in a super stacked city. You'll be stacked in New York, and you can't go anywhere. It's stacked in Chicago. That's all there is. All the land will belong to me. So yeah, that's Agenda 21. Georgia Guidestone. That's the real thing.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if that is indeed something that would be necessary to create their techno-pagan paradise that they have planned. They do probably need at least a few of us around to be their slaves and maintain the machine.
Well, I think the idea of having slaves is, if they push for this robotics, it's kind of like they're getting all their ducks in a row. First of all, they're using all of our power since Egypt, like as slave power, to build the world that they want. Well, their agenda now is to destroy the world. They're going to make it seem as if the world is so, well then, of course you've got Operation Bluebeam, you've got the fake alien invasion, you've got wars, you've got famine, you've got chemtrails, you've got death, you've got starvation, you've got 5G. It's all like going off at once. Everything. So it's so bad that people will beg for this new world order. That's the idea. So they'll beg for global warming environmental court schemes. So they'll say, oh yeah, that's right, we need to save all of Arizona because of some situation, and they'll just keep convincing people until they're all in these little tiny cities. But ultimately, I don't think the game is to have very many people left. They really want to kind of make everything automatic and have these the Venus Project from Zeitgeist, these Venus Project-like things, or in Kazakhstan, there's Estonia. You look at Estonia, it's a futuristic city with pyramids, Illuminati pyramids. They want to have these cities that are so well run and so well oiled and automated. They just don't really need too much more slave labor. Like, they already got it all built. And once they destroy through war, they destroy Iran and Iraq and destroy Afghanistan and destroy Libya and just destroy everything. They'll just rebuild it for their own. And then they will kill everyone that's left. They just won't need anybody. This is not headed towards having a slave class even. It's like having nobody left really.
Yeah, there's a lot of, you mentioned Project Bluebeam, there's a lot of interesting YouTube videos and images popping up that seem to show some type of holographic technology that might be involved with these white airplanes floating with chemtrails. I myself, I have seen, when I was about 18 years old, I saw a very strange anti-gravity craft shaped like a triangle. Didn't seem even big enough for anybody to sit inside. But I suppose my question would be, do these elites, do they have this amazing anti-gravity and visibility pre-energy technology behind the scenes hidden somewhere?
It could be. At this stage of the game, like, everything is possible. It's like, a lot of times people say, so are you you're talking about quantum mysticism and occult doctrine and knowledge and rituals and alchemical skills and knowledge and talent. And they say, so you don't believe any of this is real? Well, no, I think it's all real. I mean, some of it more real than others. Like how far have they gotten into artificial intelligence, and how much of it is just a lie? I can't tell you. How much of are there really quarks? You know, Daniel, have you seen a quark? Yeah, are there really quarks? I mean, we're told so many things about. Is there really billions and billions of light years of outer space? And I mean, NASA has been proven to be a complete hoax. So it's like I can't tell you what's real and what's not real. They've merged everything together so much between occultism and modern science. I call it scientism. Everything is so merged together. The Higgs boson, simulation theory, artificial intelligence, alien aircraft and weaponry. Who knows? I mean, who can sort it out? What I do know is that all of this secret knowledge and all of this secret powers and abilities and all these weaponry and aircraft, none of this is to benefit the soul of man. It's all to ensnare. It's to create a framework, a control grid, a techno-mystical control grid where you cannot escape. That much I know. So it doesn't even matter if they have it or not. Like, let's just say they do. Let's just say, like people say, they're 50 years ahead of us. Let's say they are. Let's just run with that. They have AI, they have quantum computing, they have cloaking, they have, not interstellar, but, you know, like interstellar in terms of interspace. Like, they can go from star to star, but the stars are like 100 miles up. You know, it's all open domain, you know.
Yeah, I've seen that some stuff about black holes. Basically, the only thing that we know about them is that there seems to be some strange activity around where we think that they exist, but there really is not a shred of evidence or picture or anything that actually proves the existence of black holes, yet they're such a big part of our understanding of the universe.
Yeah, I was going to do a whole thing in the next book about kind of like all the deceptions that we take for granted. I don't want to do like an encyclopedia because it gets to be absurd. I mean, I'd have like 50 pages of conspiracy theories that might be, you know, true or not. But you got there's some basic scientism delusions. I call it the theory tale. I kind of meme that shows the theory tale. Like evolutionary theory, Big Bang cosmology, gravity, and outer space being real, Newtonian, a lot of Newtonian mechanics, black holes, dark matter, gravitational waves. This is the new one, gravitational waves. Dinosaurs. How about that? Dinosaurs. Nuclear power. Are there really nuclear bombs? I mean, I saw some photos of the very first nuclear detonation, and they actually used little 8-inch models. They actually, you know, they were 8 to 12-inch models that they flew over, and then they told us they were photos. I mean, they lied in the beginning. So I don't know what's real. I have a wild theory that just about everything that they're saying real, dinosaurs, atomic energy, you know, nuclear bombs, black holes, gravity, evolution, none of it's real. Aliens, all fabrication. And the only thing real is that Earth, firmament, a dome, water has salt in it, which makes it more electrically conductive. It's an electromagnetic Earth with an electrically conductive water, which would control the tides. That's really what I believe now. I believe in electromagnetics, the Earth, a dome, a God, because that's what I can see and prove. Everything else is being told to me by a source that I don't trust.
Yeah, very, very true. Especially the thing about the nukes. I kind of looked into that, and I got so bent out of shape about it, I actually tried to learn how nuclear bombs work, and it seems that the mechanism from which they work is very obfuscated, and basically the explanation of how a nuclear bomb works is they take two pieces of uranium, I think it was, and they just slam them together super fast and super hard, and to me that doesn't really sound that advanced, technological, or scientific. It sounds kind of basic, stupid, and made up.
Yeah, I'm going to put that in the next book too, because I started looking into the same thing. We have a few nights where we go into a theory just for fun, and I spent a few nights listening to the atomic thing, just like you, and I was like, I think this is like that Rush song. You ever heard Manhattan Project, a song by Rush?
Not specifically, but I do like Rush.
Yeah, and one of the lyrics is, this is a paraphrase, like who would win who would make the biggest stick to win the winning trick? And it's the idea of, you just come up with these big weaponry ideas so you can intimidate your opponent. Like Russia's getting out of hand, so we drop firebombs into the Nagasaki. That's all it was. They weren't nuclear. I mean, there was plants growing within a week. Even radiation is a hoax. I mean, what is it? Is radiation the hoax? Is nuclear weapons the hoax? Are they both the hoax? There's a guy with a video who ate cobalt-60. He ate uranium. He put it in his mouth and chewed it up because it's all alive. It's nothing harmful. I mean, so I'm not convinced that radiation, it's like, this radiation is in the world. It's kind of like the movie with Tom Cruise called Oblivion. And they're not supposed to go to the outer radiation belt part. Not the Van Allen, but on the Earth. There was like a dystopian film about a war, and then there's radiation outside of the zone. And you're not supposed to go outside there because there's radiation. At one point in the film, he flies out to that place and realizes there's no radiation. Well, it could be that this atomic bomb thing, radiation, it's all a hoax. I mean, there may be radiation from Chernobyl for some reason, but I've heard people say that all a reactor is, it just heats up water.
Yeah.
It's just heating up water, and then if it melts, then the water is not heated up, and that's all there is. That there's no radiation. I mean, I don't know what to believe. I'm just trying to suggest that a lot of this could be made up stuff.
Yeah,
and the atomic bomb.
The thing about the H bomb, which is superior to the A bomb and much larger. Basically, they just take more. I'm not sure if it's uranium or something else, but they line the bomb with it. They put it on the outside in a shell, and just by doing that, you can make it like 50 times more powerful. Again, very stupid, childish, and made up sounding.
Yeah, and I think that's what they do is they just keep making up these stories to intimidate the population. Because what's been the big scare for the last 50 years? Atomic war, right? It's called MAD, M-A-D, mutually assured destruction. So everyone's like, oh no, they're threatening nuclear war. Kim Jong-un is going to make a nuclear weapon. We need to destroy Iran so they don't make a nuclear weapon. I mean, it's used as an excuse to destroy countries. But I'm not convinced that there's anything to be afraid of. And so I think they're just using it as an excuse to, like General Wesley Clark said, they're going to take over 7 countries in 5 years. They're just going to say, oh, Afghanistan's going to create nuclear energy, or they put down the World Trade Center. Oh, now Iran, they're going to create a nuclear weapon, so we need to take. Meanwhile, Israel is said to have 500 nukes. Like they're allowed to have 500. That's okay. They're allowed to have 500 nukes, but Iran can't have anything.
That we paid for.
So Israel has attacked more countries in the past 5 years than I think any country in the history of the world. Like the greatest terrorist country in the world is Israel. And Iran hasn't attacked the country since the 1800s.
And Israel attacked them a month ago, and suddenly now we're talking about attacking them.
Yeah, Israel attacked, well, I'm going to go back to Zionism and the genocide of the Palestinians. And Rothschild. I mean, this is another whole 3 hours talking of Zionism and Rothschild Zionism and how Israel is Rothschild's fiefdom. That's all it is. It's Rothschild's fiefdom. And that Israel is a creation. There was no Israel, no country of Israel like 100 years ago. It's made up. And so Zionism and Israel attacking and blaming Palestinians and Netanyahu, he's a terrorist is all he is. And so we have a geopolitical situation built on a bunch of fabrication of lies and threats. The lies of the Palestinians. You know, the Palestinians actually were the Canaanites. They actually live there. That's their country. And so, you know, again, everything I'm saying is taboo, right? You can't say the Palestinians. You can't talk about that. You can't talk about the Jewish thing. You can't talk about flat Earth. All these things are over the target too much. There's too much reality when you go down these roads. Talking about David Icke talks about Rothschild Zionism. He's called anti-Semitic because he talks about this synagogue of Satan. You know? So these are all controversial issues. I don't really belabor these too much. I talk more about scientism, but it's all the same kind of network of deception.
And earlier you brought up the fact that at the time Germany was being destroyed, and it seems that in this day and age, in this very moment, that's exactly what's happening. They opened up the floodgates to thousands upon thousands of immigrants. They've completely taken over the country, and their culture and society is becoming very obfuscated and very watered down, and it's going to cease to exist at some point.
Yeah, the reboot of what happened in Germany, it works. This is not the first time, and Germany wasn't the first time. The Luciferian elite, who they Hegelian dialectic, they created problems, and then there's a reaction, and then they offer a solution. So they flooded Germany with kind of the Ashkenazi Jewish. It demoralized Germany, it destroyed it, which created, that's a problem. The reaction was the Germans were, depressed and looking for a savior. The solution was Adolf Hitler. So what's the problem in America? We've got immigration, which was the issue in Germany, immigration, right? Same issue, immigration, and it's caused a lot of reaction on the right wing especially. And so the solution is Trump. And Trump's like, okay, well, we'll move these people out. Well, Hitler did the same thing. Hitler was the solution. He moved the Jews to Palestine to clean up the country. Well, what is Trump doing? He's cleaning up. He's going to do the same thing as Adolf Hitler. And I'm not saying Trump is arrogant. He's just doing his job in the same way that Hitler was trying to make a better Germany. Trump, indeed, may be trying to make a better United States, but he's also fully supporting Zionist Israel, which either places him in suspicion as to his intentions, or he's just a blind pawn, like Adolf Hitler, doing the bidding of Zionist masters. And then you look in the White House, and it's flooded with Zionists. Trump flooded the White House with Wall Street Zionists. So, this country doesn't have very many years before it's destroyed. Because what did Hitler do? He built it up, and they allowed him to do that, and then they demonized him and destroyed Germany. So the country, America is going through the same thing. We're going to be built up, we may be prosperous for a few years, and then we're going to be in the crosshairs of the world. We're already in the crosshairs. Every country wants to destroy America, and so once the resources that America has been getting from Rothschild, because Rothschild has been using us, when they shut off those resources because they no longer want us, just like they gave the resources to Germany and Hitler, the Rothschilds brought Hitler to power. Hitler came to power through Rothschild's money, and Trump came to power through Rothschild's money. He was beholden to Rothschild because Rothschild got him out of bankruptcy 3 times in Reno, or Las Vegas Resort. So he owes to Rothschild. And when they stop funding this game called America, we will be destroyed. I mean, I don't know when it's going to happen. Does America have 2 years of prosperity before we're destroyed by Germany? So again, move out of America, or spend some money, faith in Christ, or anything else that you'd like. Universal love.
Brad, would it be okay if we
took maybe a 10-minute break so I could go take a leak, and then I do have a few more questions for you. Perhaps we can come back and do a little bit more.
Yeah, do you want to call me back?
Sure, yeah. Let's give a chance for your phone to maybe cool down a second and kind of reinvigorate, and then we'll come back and hit it hard once again.
Okay, excellent. I'll wait for the call.
Okay, awesome. Talk to you in about 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to End of Days Radio. This is Daniel. I'm about to give a call back to my man Gregory. I see Garrett. And we're going to go a little bit longer. I'm going to go ahead and dial him now. Make sure I'm calling the right number. Oh, darn. Looks like I have to fish it out of my phone again. Sorry about that, everybody. I hate to hold you back with time wasting stuff, but hey, sometimes it happens. So I'll go ahead and pull out my phone. It's very cool having a person like Greg on speed dial. You know, I've actually texted him a few times, just thoughts I was having about different topics. So something I love about this show is making these connections with people. So I'm going to go ahead and punch his number and go ahead and give him a call.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Greg.
How you feeling now? Better?
Feeling much better. I made the mistake of drinking a whole bottle of Mountain Dew, and it was just dying to get out after a couple hours.
Oh, good. Hey, you know, I was thinking of something in the interim. This footage I saw of the nuclear bomb, it was 1950, black and white. There's a mega kiloton nuclear blast. And this camera caught the entire thing, right? And the camera was 120 feet from the blast. You tell me, was that is that real? This is, you know, ancient technology, right? A camera with film and, you know, fragile little camera, 120 feet away, and it caught the entire blast.
Yeah, it's stuff like that that really makes you wonder. And you would think that if these weapons were real, and again, I really don't know, I'm not a physicist or anything like that, of course not, but just going by my own simple logic reasoning, you would think if they did have these weapons, they would have actual demonstrations here and there. Like, we could probably go somewhere and watch one get lit off, maybe a small one, just as a sort of a firework to demonstrate the might of these weapons, yet it never happened.
Just like the Elon Musk of the rocket, when they land, you know, like tail burst, it's all bullshit. It's CGI crap. And it's all super far away, so you can't really, you know, verify anything. Yeah, it's just decades and decades of lying. That's all it is. Like Einstein's relativity. It's like they invented gravity, they invented Big Bang cosmology and evolution, so that you could finally get to a point where there's outer space and the Earth came together through random processes, and then so the equations started to fall apart with gravity. So they had to keep inventing new stuff, you know, anti-gravity and dark matter, gravitons, and the equations were getting out of their control. So the Michelson-Morley experiment, you probably heard of that, the Michelson-Morley experiment proved that the Earth is not spinning. So right after that, Einstein comes out with this relativity theory, which makes it so that the Earth can't spin because of relativity. So the Einstein and special relativity, this is more, it's just repackaged Kabbalah. It's all rubbish. All of Einstein, all the equations there, it's so complex that you could never understand it, right? No, it's made up. This whole Einstein special relativity is more made up crap.
And that's something that I think is really important. What you just said, the idea that some things, they're so complicated you can't even understand them enough to prove them wrong. But really, what I like to think is that there's nothing out there under the sun that I can't understand myself. And even a person with a learning a learning disability wouldn't be able to understand.
That's the truth too. They want you to believe that. See, that's why it's called secret knowledge. The priesthood in ancient Babylonian times, they had things that they could think and do, and you didn't understand it, so you had to submit to them. Now, what do scientists do? It's the same thing. They tell you that there's secret knowledge, equations, mathematics. You would never understand it. Only the scientific Greeks, Steinman, and Stephen Hawking, and Susskind, Leonard Susskind, the Stanford physicist, and then you got Neil deGrasse Tyson. See, only the priests, and they'll tell you what's real, and it's not for you to question them because you don't have what it takes to be in the secret enclave, like the Freemasonic knowledge. You're not an initiate. And that's the game. It's always been the game. Going back to Babylon, secret knowledge, and you can't figure it out. Quantum mysticism, which is nothing but Kabbalah. And so I'm thinking Einstein, as far as I know, he was a copyright clerk, and that's all he ever was. I don't think he was a physicist or anything. He was a copyright clerk, and he stole copyright. He stole patents. He was a patent clerk. He just stole patents, and then the synagogue of Satan said, hey, you know what? Let's use this guy as the poster boy for some of our new theories so we can, switch this Michelson-Morley experimentation and these gravitational things that are falling apart. Let's just invent, let's take Kabbalah and invent relativity and then package that as science. And I think that's all that happened with Albert Einstein. I've got a chapter in my next book called Frankensteinian Logic. Einstein, Frankenstein. So you got Frank Einstein. It's just in a chat. I just thought of that. But Einstein, right? Frankenstein. Okay, so that's all it is. They made it up. Frankenstein. They made up this special relativity to solve some of these problems they were running into with gravitational equations.
And earlier, I had mentioned that you actually played a big hand in kind of sending me flying off of the Trump bandwagon. I mean, I was really a hardcore Trump supporter. The stuff that was going on in Israel and in Gaza and all that, I felt very strongly about that. Even when I was a kid, I just saw the injustice there. I could just see it plainly with my eyes. But one thing that you mentioned in your book was an interesting fact about Trump's origin and his father. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to explain to my listeners out there the thing about Trump's father and his connection to this worldwide Zionism.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly so much about his father, but I think his father was involved in big business, and it was not necessarily always honest big business. Real estate, and when you're dealing with real estate, you're dealing with the special big crowd, and that big crowd is kind of what Christ called the synagogue of Satan. These usury, people involved with usury and finance and banking, and so it's all criminal. And mafia. I mean, mafia and banking are like the same word. It's all the same thing. Banking is mafia. They just call it, banking. So it's extortion. The mafia extorts money out of you, and they get interest. What does banking do? Exact same thing. They'll take your house. They'll take your wife. They'll crush you. They'll run. What is the synagogue of Satan do? They practice usury. They loan money out at interest, and then if you didn't pay it back, they break your legs. And so now, instead of breaking your legs, they'll take your house, which is worse than breaking your legs. And so it's the same thing, extortion. It's loaning things on interest, banking, usually. So Trump's father was involved in the same thing as all the Rockefellers and Carnegies and DuPont, and it's all the same thing. One big club. So Trump came from that, and he was just given a lot of gifts of power by virtue of his father's wealth. And he kind of did really poorly in Las Vegas resorts. He went bankrupt 3 times, I think. But he kind of had a gift for the gab, oratorial charisma. So the accountant one of the big accountants that worked with the Rothschild dynasty, I forgot his name, Bernard or something like that. The Rothschild sent him to save Trump from death, Donald Trump. So they saved him 3 times for bankruptcy. And because they recognized, just like they recognized Adolf Hitler had a gift for gab. I shouldn't say gab, but an oratorial charisma. They recognized Adolf Hitler had an oratorial charisma and a certain kind of power to rally people. So they funded him. Well, Trump, same thing. They said, this guy has a certain kind of charisma. So they bailed him out, the Rothschilds did, using their accountant. And then, he was beholden to them, and they pretty much said, okay, they think in terms of decades, and they think in terms of centuries, the planning. They said, well, let's just make this person a celebrity, and eventually, he could just be the president. I mean, this is how far ahead they think. So what did they do? They gave Donald Trump a show, and I doubt if he wrote the book that they said he wrote. But they just gave him a show. What was the name of the show? Remember?
Oh, The Apprentice.
Yeah, so he's this big boss who fires and hires people. I mean, this is the guy who just went bankrupt 3 times. He went bankrupt 3 times, and he's got a show showing how he's the great boss. You know, it was all just a fictional invention. And once they got him ensconced and got a reputation for decades as an actor, then they said, okay, let's go to stage 2, which is to put him in presidency. So the presidents aren't selected. They're not elected, they're selected. So they placed him in the presidency, and then Trump is still beholden to the the Rothschilds for them bailing him out. So, and they've got dirt on him too, in many ways. So he owes them. So he just does what he's told. And so he pretty much was an AIPAC saying, I support Israel 1,000%. And he's just going to keep doing what he's told to do. And he may sincerely want to make America great and all that. I mean, who knows at this point? It just doesn't matter. It's like Hitler also wanted to make Germany great. Did it matter? I mean, Hitler, when he was sincerely trying to make Germany great, Hitler sincerely did not want to go to war with other countries. But what was the result? This, sincere person wound up with the entire world attacking him. So, whether Trump is sincerely wanting to do what he wants to do, he is in bed with the Zionist Rothschild. And that alone should make a person run for the hills.
And that's pretty much what happened with me. As soon as I really saw it, I was done. I mean, in my eyes, for a long time, Trump was an anti-establishment. He's like a freedom fighter, a normal guy that rose to the presidency. And then he starts doing this stuff in Israel, and it became painfully obvious, especially after some of your tweets. I just couldn't take it anymore. It really threw me over the edge, and I just got right off of his bandwagon, because how can I support somebody that's just another one of these world stage puppets of these Zionists and more specifically these Luciferians that seem to be deceiving and controlling all of us? I just couldn't possibly stand sitting there putting my time and energy towards more deception.
Well, we're taught that we should have faith in the system. Even someone like you, who's pretty much outside of the box, can get trapped with the fairy tale of faith in the system, because you know better, Daniel, than to trust voting and the American system. You know better. And
I should know better.
Fell for it.
Yeah, I still fell for it. Very true.
Because we're taught that we should. I'm exceptionally critical and cynical about any organized system, so I kind of just don't trust any of it by nature. But most people have more of a trusting nature. Oh no, I think voting is good this time. And, but I know that every president is so handpicked by the skull and bones, CMR, Rothschild network. They're all placed in the presidency. They're all there to do the bidding of the elite. And if they reject the elite and go against the elite, they'll be assassinated, like JFK. He started to talk about a ruthless power of secret societies. There's a famous speech of JFK talking about these secret societies. I mean, it's a great speech. It's one of the best speeches in the history of the world. Everyone should watch it. But he was assassinated pretty close after that. So you don't rock the boat. And the fact that you started to believe in the system forgetting that the system is the elite. They made the system. They created voting. They created everything from IRS to Constitution of the United States. It's their system. It's to benefit them. It always has that. If it happens to benefit you, that's just an illusion or a byproduct. I know that sounds ruthless, but I'm serious. The system was invented by the elite to protect them. And if there's any benefit you're experiencing from it, that's an accident, a byproduct, or an illusion.
Yeah, exactly. And part of it was the fact that another world stage puppet, Alex Jones, was a well-known conspiracy guy and has a huge constituent of followers and fans and people that subscribe to his InfoWars and Prison Planet. He took all these people that he had gained as followers throughout the years, and he basically turned them on to Trump, saying that Trump, he's aware of all this stuff, he's against it, etc., etc. It couldn't be further from the truth. Not only is Trump just a complete puppet for these Luciferian forces, but so is Alex Jones himself.
That's a tough one, because I was totally on the Alex Jones boat. He's the one that got me, him and David Icke are the two most powerful influences I had that got me my feet wet into all of this stuff.
Me too.
Yeah, you too, right? 'Cause it's a lot of us. And so I was like really, really distraught when I started to put the pieces together and go, wait a minute, this guy might be the guy who gives you the bottled water that has 99% fresh distilled water and 1% cyanide. Because he gives you all the truth. Who gives you more truth than Alex Jones? Nobody. But then there's all of a sudden leading you away from Zionism and never talking about the Jewish thing and never talking about, he leads you to a place and all of a sudden Trump is in bed with a Zionist and you're like, wait a minute, he either is dumb like a fox or ignorant or being blackmailed and threatened by the Zionists to not talk about the Zionists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely a big part of the picture he's left out. And what's funny about that is both Alex Jones and David Icke in the past have accused each other of being disinformation agents, and then later on talking to each other in interviews and stuff like that. But basically, they're both right. They're both disinformation agents. I think Icke is probably a pretty nice guy, but he seems like a fool.
Yeah, and it could be that they're trying to give real information, and they also are playing a game of, I don't want to get a bullet in my head, and my master said don't talk about this, so I won't. I mean, let's face it, if Daniel, if I said, well, you might just take the bullet, huh? If I said, hey, Daniel, don't talk about such and such on your show, or you're going to get killed, and you're like, okay, well, I just won't talk about that, so I'm going to keep my show.
Yeah,
or you
I
might
can comment on that. I can definitely say that I would be perfectly willing to sacrifice myself, but if it came down to a loved one being threatened, I'm not sure I can handle that. I'd probably have to get out.
Because that's exactly what they do. Trump is instructed in Alex Jones that we're not going to just kill your wife and kids, we're going to torture them and take their skin off. You say one word, and that's really what's going on. So, it's hard to blame Alex, and I don't know. I tend to trust David Icke more, even though he goes to reptilian alien land, because maybe he just has it wrong, right? But he has it right about the Zionist Rothschild. Like, he has it correct. So, what about me? Am I correct about something and wrong about other things? Sure, it could be. The whole thing about faith in Christ. Am I just crackerbox crazy? Am I just an idiot, kind of foolish, whatever, to believe that faith might be required to survive? Or am I onto something? Now, time will tell, right? If there's a transhumanistic, totalitarian, autocratic, transhumanistic takeover of the world, which is happening, and you're given a choice between execution and death for the technology, and you say, well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I can't do this by myself, and maybe I have to look into Christ. And then it's like as they're taking you to a guillotine, there's 14,000 keys being purchased by FEMA. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I heard something like that. That is incredibly disturbing. My God.
Yeah, so it's like, what, are they going to cut heads of lettuce? Is that what's going on? I mean, why do you need these things at a feed right now? Okay, so it looks to me like there's, I'm looking at a thing I call a choice. That you either have to investigate the space thing, or just discard it and just be executed, or take the technologies and think that everything's going to be hunky dory. But I mean, from what we've seen of these technologies from the Luciferian architects, it's a soul trapping technology. It's not, they don't want your body. They can care less. They want your mind. I mean, what is Elon Musk talking about? Neuralink. He wants to upload your mind. He could care less about your body. I mean, imagine, Daniel, I uploaded your mind and your consciousness, and I snared your soul with Luciferian technology, and I could torture you forever. You don't even have a body. You're not even incarnate. You're disembodied spirit trapped by Lucifer. I mean, this is what they're after. It's pretty wild, right?
Yeah, and I can say that, I mean, of course, there's always the possibility that it's my imagination, but I do get bombarded by strange electronic harassment, like the strange ear-ringing oscillation. I feel like I'm getting stabbed with swords, heart palpitations, strange missing thoughts, like whatever I was thinking is just been plucked from my head. It's stuff like that that I think would reflect some sort of transhumanistic Luciferian technology grid.
And it's almost a problem reaction solution in Hegelian dialectic. They can create enough mental disease and famine and distress, GMO foods, all that. They can create enough distress. You will willingly beg for the technologies they're going to offer you. You see how they do that? They make you want their life extension technologies or their neuro enhancement technologies. Like you're having gaps in your thinking? Well, there's this new microchip that will help you organize your thoughts, and you'll have all the access to the Google internet, in your brain. And so you'll kind of you'll go for it if you didn't know better. And that's what they're banking on.
Yeah, and the truth is that if they wanted to kill me, they could have done it a long time ago, but they probably don't even care to do that. It's much more fun to have me chasing my tail and running around in circles.
I don't think, from my research of the Luciferian satanic realm, they're really not so interested in killing people as they are in torturing. See, that's where they get, like the criminals who torture their prey, their victims before they kill them. I mean, there's some serial killers, they torture, like rape and torture and sodomize and torture and, burn and cut and, dismember. They'll do like 5 weeks of torture, and then they kill them. So was the goal to kill or to torture? You see the same thing in war, you see the same thing in satanic covens. Torture, because it's about power. They don't want money, they want power. Lucifer wants power and worship. They want you to worship them, and that's what torture does. It breaks you down.
And that is the ultimate defeat. If they can actually somehow systematically get you to worship Lucifer like them, they have truly won on every level.
Well, they're already partway there, even with people like you and myself. What exactly is sitting on my desk and alive and ticking as I talk to you? A cell phone. And I'm using a Bluetooth. This is their technology. See, they already have it. This is not a natural situation to sit and talk from a distance. It'd be better that you were outside and I was outside hiking in the fresh air, drinking fresh water. We'd be happier and healthier. They love it. The fact that we're, putting ourselves sitting in a room with a little black box called a cell phone and digital technology, and they love it. This is how clever the thing is. They want us to be attached to all these technologies as a form of torture, leading to a more overt torture, like being skinned alive while your mind is inside an uploading situation.
One thing that Ike does say, though, he does say that they are Satanists. That's one thing that he does get right.
Yeah, there's Satan. Well, Jones says the same thing. There's Satanists. I mean, what is that? Like definition? Satanism, Luciferianism, versus whatever. It's hard. People break down these definitions all the time. Like the Satanist believes in God. The Satanist believes in what? You know, as opposed to Luciferian. And then there's different flavors of Satanism. There's Luciferian Satanism. There's atheistic Satanism. And there's no end to the splitting of definitions, I think.
Have you ever thought of maybe putting together some kind of group? I mean, they have all these UFO groups and conventions and things like that. A lot of people, pushing this sort of P.T. Barnum bullshit and stuff like that. And have you ever thought about putting together something a little bit more real, like some sort of convention where people talk, or a group, something along the lines of your work where people expose Luciferians and talk about Jesus, that sort of thing?
I want to put together a group where I scare the hell out of everybody so they choose Christ. That's the title of the group. Scare the hell out of you so you choose Christ. That's just the title. It's going to be like, with an accent, scare the hell out of you so you choose Christ group. This will be an Irish, scare the hell out of you. That's all I do, is scare the hell out of people. No, I'm really off the grid in terms of that. Like, I'm off the channels, off the grid, outside of groups, attached to nothing. I'm pretty much a freelance, write my book, take it or not. I'm pretty much saying everything that I want to say with no censorship. And if I was involved in groups and getting involved in bigger talk shows, I'd have to start censoring things and break the other codes. That's why all these Anunnaki Nephilim people are so like sycophants. They talk the same talk, they agree with each other, they never go out of the box. I'm completely not in any box at this point. I think I want to stay that way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's hard sometimes to say that I no longer really believe in Anunnaki, the ancient astronauts. I'm afraid of what some of my peers might think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the idea of like the luminaries having some celestial spiritual nature. Like, sure, stars up there could have some kind of Anunnaki Nephilim flavor to them, but I'm just not into the whole billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of light years of outer space. I can't prove any of that. Like, I don't believe in it. It makes no sense. I mean, they were nuking the dome. Operation Dominique, Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation Fishbowl. They were nuking the dome, and it was exploding at 100 miles. I mean, this huge mushroom cloud is hitting something at 100. So, I don't think we can escape this firmament. So, if you get into aliens, they better be lower Earth orbit aliens. I'm okay with that.
When you were, during your psychedelic experiment of yours, we kind of moved past this, but I did want to ask you, did you ever see anything alien or demonic when you were tripping?
Yeah, I had some experience where I was near New Jersey, near the coast, and at one point, and this is how you start to see that you're dealing with, it's not just hallucinations, you're dealing with interdimensional power. All of a sudden I realized I was about 50 feet tall. And I looked down, and my pants had rips on them, kind of like how the kids have, they buy jeans with rips. Except back then we bought them new, and we just ripped them from use. That's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to wear them. Anyway, I looked in, and I had a lightsaber, and I was like, okay, this is all psychedelic stuff. I'm 50 miles, and then all of a sudden, at one point, I was looking out at the ocean, and there was millions and millions of skulls and skeletons reaching out, and they were kind of like telekinetically or telepathically asking for help. So this is not normal stuff. So this isn't just like you see, trails. This is like a vision. And the next thing you know, I was kind of like literally at the gates of heaven. I don't know how to explain it anymore. I was actually at the gates. It wasn't so much like a gate like you see in a photo. It was just kind of like a metaphoric realm where there was a gate and speechless. And so there was all these skeletons crawling out of the ocean, asking for, like, I was supposed to save them. And I had this like Messiah thing for about 3 weeks after the trip. I was like, I was really depressed. I was like, I'm supposed to save the whole world. It was really heavy. It was very paranormal. It was laced with all kinds of interdimensional creatures and visions. And that was the last time I ever just like, it just pretty much, it almost destroyed me for months. I was like, I was supposed to save the entire world. It's pretty heavy when you're a kid and you have this vision went on for like 12 hours with all these multi-layers where I was supposed to save the entire world.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and that does beg another question, Greg. We've been sitting here, this is our third interview. People are paying attention to what's going on during these conversations, and I can't help feel that some of this was meant to happen. Are we meant to do this? Is this our destiny to try to wake up people and get them to become more aware of what's going on?
I think so, because there's no way in our right minds that we would do this for any other reason. Are you having fun all the time? No. This is not a rose bushes path. This is not glory mode here. There's depression, there's study, there's research, there's solitude, there's pressure, there's all this stuff. And the threat of the constant walking and ridiculing and attacking me and you. And so why would I do this? Why would I, listen, I'm either a masochist, which I'm not. Why would I do this if it wasn't for, and it's not for the money. I'm not making much money. I'm not rich from this. So it's not for the money and it's not for fame or anything. It's just, you reach a point in your life where there's nothing to live for but truth. In fact, that's been my guiding light my entire life. I've been searching for truth since I was a little kid. That's all I'd ever done. So religion, philosophy, physics, science, anthropology, psychology, you name it, just looking for truth. And so it's brought me to this place where this is the truth I have and I'm sharing it and I'm finding out other people are finding the similar truth. Like this is bigger than me. And so I think that's what, there we go. It's bigger than you and it's bigger than me. And I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, definitely bigger than both of us. I almost feel like there is some kind of mission here that there are going to be some major things that play out in the future. This is just really the beginning. It's just the tip of the iceberg. At some point, it seems to me that good-hearted people, spiritual people with the eyes to see and the ears to hear, they're going to have to come together and join forces at some point.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happening with all these groups that are happening, Facebook and Twitter and you name it. But what I'm saying is it's all being co-opted. When I was writing about this recently, that all these groups, communities, truth groups, it's all being infiltrated, it's all being co-opted, it's all Lucifer. Like I can't find anything, just nothing that's not a Luciferian path right now. All Christian churches, all Luciferian. Catholic Church, well that goes without saying. It's all secret knowledge of the New Age binding together, the New Age of peace, love, and light, which is Lucifer's deception. I don't see many people that are doing anything but Luciferianism right now.
Have you ever heard of John Irvin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a real interesting guy. He has a website and a podcast. He's not very well known, but for years and years he's been going around saying the entire psychedelic movement is all New Age, conspiracy, it's all info, and nobody really believes him, and a lot of people make fun of him, and I kind of, I got in an argument with him over email one time, but it does seem that, I'm having to change of heart. It might be that Jan was right the whole time.
Well, it's kind of like the more you investigate into all this stuff, the more you sound like some old 85-year-old grandma that's, talking about her Bible, right? It's hard to escape the stigma of sounding like an archaic Christian Bible, a Methodist, a Presbyterian, who goes to church every Sunday. The more you look into this, the more you start to sound like that. I try to escape that stigmatization, that kind of categorization, by talking more about scientism than Christianity, as you know. That's like my strategy. I reveal scientism, and in my last book, exploring the connection between scientism and Luciferianism. So I'm going to keep it involving, revealing the deceptions in scientism and showing these connections, instead of going right to this Christ idea. And I've said this many times, thinking that if people are interested, or spirit takes them, or faith hits them, or whatever hits them, logic, reason, they will look into Christianity and they'll do the work. If I have to do the work for the person, if I have to do all the apologetics and all the dialectics and all the refutations and all the defense, if I have to do everything, that person doesn't want what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you don't do any work, and I don't mean work for your salvation. I'm not talking about that kind of work. Not like, oh, you do enough work and you're saved. That's not what I mean. I mean, if you don't do enough soul searching, not secret knowledge work, to figure out the things that you should figure out, whatever that might be for you, then you certainly will have to pay the price. I think that's just a fact in any discipline, whether it be religion or science. If you don't do certain things and wake up, you will have to face the consequences.
And I do want to ask you, let's say 30, 50 years from now, 15, however long it's going to be, everything's come to play, everything's come to pass. The NWO has risen, the transhumanist technologies, the grid has been completed, we're immersed in this virtual nanotechnology, 5G world. At what point, or is this even going to happen? Is there going to be a second coming of Christ, and is he going to save our butts when we are in the thick of this?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? There's like the biblical interpretation, and some people talk about the rapture. There's the idea of a physical Christ. There's the idea of a spiritual Christ, which is the spirit that overtakes the world. And it's just like Lucifer isn't necessarily a person that takes the throne, but it's a force or entity, a doctrine that takes the throne of the world. You could say that technology is Lucifer, and as technology takes the throne, and it has, then that's Lucifer taking the throne. So like the New World Order is already established. Lucifer is in the throne. The technology is there. So would Christ be a person? And then the Bible scholars will have their, they'll tell me what's what, because they read the Bible and know more than I about that particular thing. Or is Christ the moral choice? See, I always thought that the second coming is the self-confession to your own sinfulness and choosing Christ. That's the second coming right there. As opposed to age of Aquarius versus age of Pisces, force moving through the world. I'm not so sure that that's going to be the game. I think it's going to be much more subtle. It's going to be more personal, where each person essentially makes the choice for God and morality. That's it. It's not like a big, huge, overt thing. And as you make that choice, that's the second coming. Because the other choice will be the technology out of hubris and the ignorance of trying to, longevity and apotheosis. All this ignorance that's inside of your soul will darken and blacken your ability to choose anything moral. We'll probably have sex machines and violence and all this stuff will be perfectly acceptable by everyone at that point. It almost already is. And so those that choose morality and not all the promiscuous, not all the drugs, not all the everything is Luciferian, when they make that choice towards morality, they end up with Christ all of a sudden, not even knowing how. Maybe that's the second coming. It's the moral compass being recalibrated towards God.
Yeah, that's deep for sure. It's really hard to say how things are going to play out. I can't help but wonder why, or wonder how and why. But I do know that it does say somewhere that things are going to get really, really bad before there is kind of help or before things get better. And I can totally see that. I can see it now. The way the earth is being completely destroyed, the way that people are fighting in the streets and being completely manipulated, the way that there's just ignorance everywhere, ignorance and darkness. It's almost like we're in, as fast and as high speed as the technology has become, our spirituality has just declined, and it barely exists anymore. A lot of these communist countries, they outright ban any sort of religion or spirituality, and that's probably what's going to happen here. The new generation of kids, they're going to grow up as socialists, and they're just going to want to completely get rid of any kind of religion.
Well, that's exactly what's happening, like you say. The New Age, and the whole idea of the Vatican Church is to unite all the religions, right, into one super religion, which means there's really no religion. There's a global, or in their terms, a world religion, which is the New Age. And you know what that religion is, Daniel? It's Lucifer. What David Spangler from the United Nations wrote a book, A Planetary Consciousness, like Christ for New Age or something. Christ consciousness, the whole idea of David Spangler, the writer for the United Nations, was, he said that those who refuse the Luciferian doctrine, will kind of be killed. I mean, that's the United Nations saying. Luciferianism is the New Age religion. And it involves science and technology and the worship of the universe, pantheism. There's no God. God did not create anything. The universe has always been in existence, and it just keeps evolving, and eventually, through cosmic consciousness, we will evolve and merge with the cosmic consciousness of this logos, this pantheistic universe, and the gods ourselves. That's the teaching of the transhumanistic Luciferian New Age. So that's where this is headed. This is going towards the apotheosis dream, the New Age religion. And Christianity is the one religion that will be destroyed. And Christians will be killed. So when I keep talking about this choice, what I'm going around Robin Marr to say is that those who choose the technology of the transhumanistic stage will get those technologies. Those who refuse it will have chosen Christ and will be executed. So there's no way out. Either you choose eternal hell or you will be killed. That's the choice I'm talking about. People don't like what I'm saying. And so if you choose Christ and you will be killed, you just won eternal life. Now to me, when that choice comes, because it's going to come, people are all warm, cozy, sitting in their houses. The Palestinians are getting genocided, but that's over there. The Iranians are going to war, but that's over there. Everything's somewhere else. Fat and happy America is going to end. And when fat and happy America ends, it's going to be absolute violent uprising. It already is, like you said. So that's the thing. People are going to have to face the fact that the party's over and that they need to actually investigate into the idea of being executed and having this eternal life to face, whether that's absolute bullshit, I don't buy it, and I'll take those technologies so they won't kill me, and then I will be, my mind was uploaded into this mainframe cloud Luciferian matrix. And see, for me it's a no-brainer. I'm not that dumb to think that these elites are going to somehow protect me and help me. They're going to torture.
I think there's something to be said about that in terms of the story of Jesus walking out of the desert and actually being tempted by Lucifer for quite a while and actually being able to resist those temptations. I don't think that your average person or really anybody would be able to do that, because it's one thing to turn down money or power, but how many people out there can say no and refuse for example, their ultimate sexual fantasy. That would get everybody.
It's almost like if you're really deep inside the pleasures of the world, it will be harder to turn away from these transhumanistic technologies. Like if I told you that you could have an Oculus Rift VR, virtual reality game situation with Halo or I don't know, whatever, and you could just be in a three-dimensional or four-dimensional or five. You could have a bodysuit where you could feel and touch and interact with your characters, and it's insanely gorgeous, beautiful, like Ready Player One. And if I told you that you could have that, but 10,000 times even better and more real, where you could live out your fantasies, you're going to go for it. See, it's only the people that are suffering that won't. I mean the kind of suffering where you realize nothing will make you feel better. Like there's no shiny toy that will last. Like you tried all the shiny toys. People try drugs, they try relationships, they try technology, they get a new computer. None of it lasts. The thrill is gone, or they flatten out, it becomes boring. Nothing lasts. So either you accept that that's the game, and you have like a lower consciousness, that's as good as it'll ever get, blah, 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 like existentialism, or you say, well, let me explore and see if there's something deeper than that. And that's what you do. You spend your whole life investigating that, and you arrive at the idea of eternal life. And so you can either accept that through logic, what's the face, or jettison the whole thing, and try once again like a dog going to lick up its vomit. That's really going for another technological high is the same as a dog going to like lick up its vomit for another thrill. That's all that's going. You know, we've all tried cell phones, computers, gaming, movies. It never lasts.
Yeah, very true. And even exactly psychedelics. I mean, I've tried plenty, and you feel great for a few days to a couple weeks afterwards. You feel like you really have it, but then before you know it, you've forgotten all that, and you're just back to normal everyday life. It really is kind of empty at the end of the day. It's fun. I mean, you see colorful things, and you have all sorts of interesting thoughts and ideas pop up, but it's not really any sort of spiritual sustenance at all, really.
It's all a deception. It's a masquerade for true spirituality. It's kind of like the phrase, better to have not had sugar, or the taste of sugar is worse than to, it's better to not have had the taste than to suffer the wanting of it. So it's like if I said, here, have this sweet sugar, and you're like, or chocolate, you're like, wow, this is fantastic. And now you crave it. But you can never get that same pleasure. Back psychedelic, and so you're kind of trapped. You know, we're all addicted to the world. Money is a great trap. You talk to rich people, they say, well, what did they say to Rockefeller? They asked him, you have like billions and billions and trillions. And he goes, how much is enough? And you know what he said? He goes, something like, if I get enough, that still won't be enough. If I get you know, it's just the idea, like, too much is never enough. Think about that. Too much is never enough. Too much sex, and you still want more. Too much money, too much power, too much radio play. There's no end to the world. So the only thing that and Christ mentioned this, that actually satisfies the spiritual fullness of God. People say, well, what's that? I can't touch it, I can't see it. It's like, well, no, because it's not the world. You have to be very worldly to say that, right? Oh, how could you quantify it? Well, that's scientism, quantification of spiritual things. And so we're dealing with the world and the love of the world and mammon, money, the love of money, versus the love of spiritual things. And I don't mean New Age spiritual, I don't mean pantheistic, cosmic consciousness, that kind of stuff. Because that's still worldly. Because the universe is an entity. As long as you're searching for this pantheistic cosmic consciousness in the New Age, you're still searching for the world. But God is transcendent. He transcends all that. And people say, well, it's rubbish. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't prove it. And my response is, yes, I can. But you're too stupid to understand. And it's harsh for me to say that, but sometimes I just gotta say it. I hate to be that way, but some people just are not, they don't have enough spiritual cognition or discrimination or even intellectual aptitude to grasp anything. It's like, hey, put the beer down and listen to me, you know?
Would you perhaps on the future, after the next book maybe, or beyond that, would you ever consider writing a book about Jesus or the second coming?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I've never thought of that, but the fact that I've been kind of writing about Christianity my whole life, not even knowing I was. Even the last book, The Scientism Delusion, it's just an apologetics for Christ. I'm just using scientism to make an argument for God. It's really what I did. If you kind of keep on me about it too, like I'm about 400,000 words into the next book, and I'm going to have to split it into 2 or 3 books, because, you know, no one's going to read a 400,000 word book. There's so many topics that I'm, discussions, and I don't exactly know how it's going to turn out. I'm just going to let God write it. But if you keep on with me, or on me about that at some point, yeah, I mean, it turns into a more directed, intentional look at Christianity using the nomenclature of Christianity instead of talking about all the things they pop it up in the peripheral. So definitely open to that.
Yeah, I think that would be, I was just thinking, like things about yourself and the book that you wrote and the one that you're working on. It almost seems like a logical progression because you are going to cover the Antichrist, which I find absolutely fascinating. We covered that pretty in-depth in the last program, and I'm sure we'll talk about in the future, but it seems logic in my opinion, that the next step would be to maybe talk about that second coming, because that would be the time when we're finally bailed out of all this.
But it could be that the fact that you're bringing this up with me, because I do entertain a lot of topics when I write. I literally will have 20 tabs open on my computer, and like 50 to 100 topics in my table of contents that I'm kind of like thinking about. I mean, it's insane. But let's face it, I'm not writing this. I'm too stupid to do this. There's no human being that can do what I'm doing. It's like I think I'm being led. So it leads to this hyper focus on Christianity in the way that it kind of seems to be going. I think it'll just naturally occur, where you'll be talking to me, and I will be writing, and maybe the two of us together will be coming to some kind of deeper prophetic understanding as to what this second coming actually, not just like wild things, but actually figuring out something really coherent about what this could be. And then we'll offer that, to whoever we can.
And Greg, I do know that this research that you're doing is absolutely fascinating, but I know that you have some hobbies outside of writing. You had mentioned that you are a fan of heavy metal music.
Yeah, I was started as a music major at UCLA and been playing trumpet and symphonies my whole life and writing music, songs, and bands. And one of my big loves is metal, like Dream Theater, and a lot of it has metal, but also symphonic, because I play symphonies. So symphonic metal is one of my passions. I write symphonic metal. It's very aggressive, it's very complicated, different time signatures, very colorful, and a lot of orchestral oboes, French horn, strings, and like Nightwish is what we're working on in this band that I'm in.
You're actually in a band.
Yeah. Recently I was auditioning for a band, and I'm going to be playing in a symphonic metal band. I played in a lot of bands throughout the years, but never consisted of a total symphonic metal project. Today I've been transcribing a song called Dark Chest of Wonders by Nightwish all day, trying to work on the keyboard part. But here's the ironic thing, Daniel. The band that we're looking into is they call themselves openly secular. The band we're kind of like emulating. So that's an interesting kind of, it's almost in my face evolutionary Darwinistic theory is being pushed by the band that we're trying to kind of like emulate. And so that's just an interesting story or an interesting lesson coming out of this for me. Like it's in my taste. Songs about the stars and evolution and even Dawkins. I mean, I'm kind of going, what am I getting myself into? But I really love the music, so I'm kind of, I don't know, maybe this is Lucifer saying, hey, you can have all the empires of the world. It's just the rest of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. You mentioned that offline. I thought it was interesting because I'm a guitar player and I really love metal music, and I know a lot of it is kind of satanically themed per se, but I like to just think of that stuff as kind of symbology, and I try not to take it too seriously because I do love the music so much.
And I do think, I mean, there's beauty and there's power in metal. Like, when it's really well done, heavy metal is just out of this world. It's like going to war, but it's also making love at the same time. It's very, very dynamic. And so you can use it for evil and you can use it for good. And obviously, Marilyn Manson can use it for Satanism and worshiping Lucifer, or you can use it like Rush. So actually, Rush is a little satanic too. They're kind of like secular satanic in their own way. But I guess what I'm trying to say, it's an imperfect world, and if I was completely pure and sinless and stainless, then I would be probably a monk in a monastery singing Christian hymns. I'm obviously not at that level. You know, I've accepted that this is the level I'm at. And if I reach a point where I have to go to only like play Johann Sebastian Bach, so be it. You know, that's not where I'm at right now.
Pretty cool. Well, we are approaching the end of the interview, but I do want to open things up one more time for you, Greg. Go ahead and get back up on the soapbox if you would like one more time, and say whatever you would like to say to my audience out there in closing, and please feel free to follow that up with anything at all that you would like to plug, anything upcoming, if you just want to talk about the next book or whatever, feel free to do that right now.
Okay, well, I've pretty much gone over quite a few things that need to be gone over. I think one of the things that I want to kind of rehash, and I talk about this a lot, is that there's epistemological, I call it autocracy, scientism groups. And they're very mesmerizing, they're very hypnotic, very convincing, and they are at the head of all of this. They are ensuring that the world goes a certain direction, and that direction is towards a technological, I call it epistemological, which is knowledge, epistemological cartel to completely tyrannize through scientific dictatorship over the world. And so people kind of have to really take a heads up to what I'm saying. And you can forget everything else I'm saying. You can say Christianity is rubbish. You can do whatever you want. But the one thing you really need to know is that we have a rising scientific dictatorship. As Philip Collins calls it, the ascendancy of a scientific dictatorship, and it's rising and it has risen. And it's extremely toxic, lethal, and dangerous. And it's rooted in all these occult fantasies of gravity, Big Bang, cosmology, heliocentrism, and evolutionary theory. And the whole flat Earth thing is part of it. You know, people need to look into that. And my main message is not to say that I have the truth or Daniel has the truth, or it's more to say that there are huge gaps in what we've been told, chasms between reality and the descriptions of reality, which have been passed off as reality. And we need to, everyone needs to kind of be more suspicious and critical and look into all of these different things and find out for themselves what's real and what's not real for them. I can guide you and help you with my writing and what I say, but ultimately each person has to take it upon themselves to look into it.
Very cool. And would you like to plug your book?
Yeah. No, also, my book, past book, Scientism Delusions, which is you can get it for $5.99. It has an Amazon Kindle and Nook and 20 other ebook companies. You can Google it. And I suggest the paperback. I don't make more money if it's a paperback, but the paperback is much more solid and substantial, and it's a big book. It's fun to read through. That's at Amazon and Barnes & Noble. So that's the book, and I'm working on second book, and I think I've changed the title recently. I'm going to call it the One Deception to Rule Them All, The Apotheosis of Man. That's the title of the next book so far. And so it's the one deception that rules over. At first I called it the one deception to rule them all, and then I called it the Jesuit and alien antichrist deception. But that's not really the one deception to rule them all. That's just a ultimate deception coming down the pipe. But the one deception to rule all deception is the apotheosis of man deception, the Luciferian promise, the apple of godlike power and eternal life and everything through following secret knowledge. So that's the title of the next book.
And if you would like to hear Greg talk a little bit more about the upcoming alien deception, go back and listen to the second interview that I did with him. We covered that quite extensively, kind of covered different things in this interview, but please check out both that first and second interview. Remember, this is the third one. And Greg, my God, this has been another great time. We went 3 hours. I had a fantastic time, and of course I want to keep following up with you as your work grows, evolves, and progresses, and I definitely like to talk to you again whenever it's convenient.
Absolutely. I always learn so much when I talk to you, so let's do this again and keep exploring these topics.
And I will talk to you offline as well.
Okay. Take care, Daniel. Bye-bye.
Good night, my friend. And there we have it. That was Gregory Lessing Garrett. Very fascinating individual, very intelligent, very, what's the word I'm looking for, discerning, very able to pick apart these deceptions and lay them out for us in a very logical and easy to understand way. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a little break because I need one. I have to fill up my water bottles again. I've got to... So you
about crypto and stuff. Well, if we're looking crypto, we should be using the word digital because it's not crypto or blockchain. It's not anything. It's not about that at all. It's digital. And then they want everything digital so that they can control every aspect of it. And that's what this is. This is all about digital control at this point. Absolutely, yeah. We can choose for another thing, right? So it's a big plan and to get rid of 90%, the population that they have is under 10%, and they want to control that 10%. You've got to not give an opportunity for, the people who brought in early with digital currency to, somehow, I don't know, like we were talking a little earlier, I guess they'll have the power to, even devalue, the digital currency that let's say, early adopters kind of got, you know what I mean? And then... Well, they're not trying to control you through economics, but that's just right now. They're trying to control you through genetic mutations, genetic engineering. It doesn't matter what crypto you have, that they're using magnetogenetics and iron oxide, magnetized nanoparticles. They're going to control every single thought you have. And the whole crypto thing is an illusion that's going to fade away. It'll mean nothing. But that's not how they're getting.
See now they got their eyes on ya. That 666, that's a matria. Got the queen with the kid, I'm trying to turn on ya. Yeah, they filming and they stalking, know they watching ya.